del gobernador en marzo dispensaron a los cuerpos legislativos como el nuestro de ofrecer un lugar físico para que el público pueda observar y comentar durante la reunión pública, con tal al que el cuerpo gubernamental cumpliere con ciertos requisitos, uno del cual incluye que el permitir que los miembros del público observen y aborden la reunión con teléfono o otro medio electrónicamente. Cuando inició la pandemia, la Junta permitió que los miembros de la comunidad enviaran comentarios por escrito para que se leyeran en voz alta, ya que inicialmente no teníamos la tecnología establecida para facilitar los comentarios telefónicamente. Hemos trabajado para poder facilitar en vivo los comentarios públicos virtuales de una manera similar a una reunión en persona. Así que esta noche la Junta facilitará los comentarios públicos presentados por miembros del público quienes eligen unirse en la reunión por Zoom para presentar sus comentarios directamente a la Junta. Las instrucciones para unirse por Zoom están en el orden del día, el cual se encuentran en el sitio de internet del distrito. Se aceptarán los comentarios públicos hasta que el tema específico se trate o se abordará por la Junta. Quiero aclarar la diferencia entre un comentario público sobre un tema que no está en el orden del día. Por ejemplo, toda persona que quiera hablar acerca de un tema que no está en el orden del día puede hacerlo durante el plazo para los comentarios públicos. Para todos los comentarios relacionados al tema del orden del día, tal como un artículo consentimiento o comentarios relacionados a uno del artículo de acción, esos comentarios públicos se tomarán al principio de este tema, en particular del orden del día. Durante la reunión, el personal indicará cuándo se abrirá el orden del llamado cada tema. Consistente con los reglamentos de la Junta, los comentarios públicos se escucharán por 3 minutos por personas para un total de 20 minutos antes de que se considere el tema, a no ser que el presidente de la Junta aumenta o disminuye el tiempo permitido para los comentarios públicos. Conforme al artículo 54954.2 del Código Gubernamental, no se tomará acción o se abordará algún tema que no esté incluido en el orden del día publicado, excepto que los miembros de la Junta o el personal podrán responder brevemente a las declaraciones hechas o preguntas presentadas por personas que ejercen sus derechos de declaración públicas. Muchas gracias. Back to you, President Alavi.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to ask if there have been any requests submitted for public comment on closed session items only.
Thank you, Board President Alavi. Members, attendees, if you are a member of the public who has joined the Zoom call today to provide public comment on one of the items listed on the agenda for closed session, please enter the queue now by using the raise hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open right now for closed session items listed on the agenda. There is one, Mrs. Alavi. Perla Alvarez, you are unmuted. You may go ahead and begin.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Perla Alvarez, and I'm a senior actually going to Ramona High School. And I'd like to thank you so much for the actions that you have taken to ensure our well-being, all the well-being of our students, especially now amidst this difficult time. I did want to mention the agenda item of the voter registration policy that was to be addressed today. And I wanted to share a little bit about that and my thoughts on it, because since I was young, I've always been told that I've been too young to have a say in what is happening. I've been told that I do not have, that my voice does not matter, or my voice does not matter as much as that of an adult. And although I will not be old enough to vote in this upcoming election, I know some of my peers are and will be, and they deserve the right to know how to register to vote, to have guidance in that aspect so that they are not left in the dark, unable to vote, and unable to have their right to and the ability to vote as they deserve. I've seen my generation take so much action this time, especially with everything that has happened, with all of these unfortunate events and all these unfortunate things that have happened. I've seen my peers and people in my generation just stand up and take action, and they're standing up for what they believe in. They're informing themselves and making themselves knowledgeable about what they need to do to stand up and to make change happen. And the best way we can make change in the most peaceful manner is by voting. So that's why having a voter registration policy, having some education for our students is so valuable, because it gives them a say and it gives them a chance to show what they believe and bring about change that they think is necessary and that we know is necessary right now. So we really want to I just really want to advocate for this policy, because it's just so important that our youth have some chance and some guidance too, that they can know how to vote and they can know how to register. So that way they can have a say and just do what they believe needs to be done, and that way have a voice that sometimes people tell us we don't have. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to go to closed session. We will be back for our business agenda at 4:30 p.m. So please join us then. Thank you very much. Okay.
Tonight I will be playing Edna Turnblad in the musical Hairspray for the RUSD Honors Musical.
When I heard about Hairspray auditions, I found out when it was right away. My teacher made an announcement that Hairspray had auditions, and I really wanted to be a part of it. It's a really good musical, and it talks about change and a different era coming up, and I really think that's cool for younger people and older people to watch.
The Honors Musical pulls students from all across our district, from all of our high schools. They're coming here to perform live at the Fox in this very amazing, professional, historic venue.
I play Tracy in Hairspray.
I play Seaweed J. Stubbs. He's like a cool cat.
I'm playing a Mission Streets kid, and her name is Lorraine.
I played the flute.
I'm doing sound.
I'm the percussionist.
I am Shelly, the nicest kid in town.
I am a sound technician.
What I do is costumes. I do costumes.
I play keyboard in the pit.
I'm house right spot.
We have students on all aspects of production. They are on stage, they are backstage working with Live Nation stage crew. They're down in the pit working with professional musicians.
Playing alongside these professionals and having the chance to talk to them and get a little bit of input from them has been really beneficial in regards to showing them what a career would look like.
I have experience doing tech, but this is just way different because this is like an actual theater. It's not a school theater.
I'm actually pursuing directing instead of acting as a career. And this production has really showed me like the more intricate parts of putting on a stage show.
It's an amazing opportunity to work with all the schools and all the kids, and to have master workshops with people that already starred on Broadway that could help us with dancing and singing and acting.
I'm Michelle Groveness, and I'm the director of Hairspray. The students that we find in the Honors Musical come from all of the high schools around the Riverside Unified School District. Students will meet with us 2 to 3 times a week for about 4 months, and here we are, and we're ready to go.
It's a really music-heavy show, so I've taught all of the vocal music to the cast, all of the leads, all of the ensemble. We're excited to have students from every high school this year.
It's very important that we host these district-wide opportunities for kids. One of the things that we don't do enough of is involve kids from many different genres of art across the district, cooperating together and having fun. And this is one way we can do that.
It was awesome to have that experience with the kids from all the different schools. Getting together, it's really amazing. It's like a family. To me, it is.
Working with different people from other schools is like really cool. Like it creates basically like a family.
You get to meet these new students that have more experience than you, less experience. You got to help them out, and they help you out. It's the best.
We're hearing that some of the students in past years are now going to each other's shows at their other schools. They're keeping in touch. So this really intensive experience is something that perhaps is launching a lifetime of a network for these students.
This is my first time doing this. I've been a tech at my school for a few years, and I figured I might need a change, and I might want to try something in a facility that's more different than the one I'm more used to.
It's so fun. It's like a new experience because this theater is completely different from like high school theaters.
It's great. We have room to move, for one. It's just much more professional, and it feels more like real.
It's the Fox Theater. I mean, there's more of everything.
We have to work with the cast, all the tech, all the sound, and the music is totally different.
The music pit for the Hairspray Orchestra consists of a mixture of professionals that we brought in from the surrounding communities, as well as a mix of high school students. We wound up with an exciting group of 16 students this year on saxophones, on trumpets, on percussion, drum set, everything in between, keyboards, and it's a fun, exciting mix of students overall.
It's been an honor to play with professionals, and they've taught me a lot.
I've never played with professionals. This is my first year doing this, and I tend to do it all next year and the year after that.
This is our third time ever producing this event.
I started 3 years ago with Such Sweet Sorrow, and last year is the chorus line, and here I am for the third time around.
This is my second year, and I hope to do it for 2 more years.
This is my second year doing the honors musical. First year I was an actor, second I'm tech.
This is my first time doing the honors musical. This is my second time doing the honors musical.
This is my third and final RUSD honors musical. I've been here since the beginning, and this is my last one, and I'm really excited to be a part of it.
This is all to put together a show for what we're anticipating to be over 3,000 people. We have 1,500 middle and high school students coming to see the production for the matinee, and then in the evening we'll have a community show for another sold-out house. We're working very closely with Live Nation, which is a nationwide theater management company that really helps to foster our students in the technical components. We're partnering with the Riverside Fox Foundation, who has helped to support some of our programs. We're working with colleges and universities who are coming to see some of our best students in action and talk to them about future opportunities as they move forward and pursue the arts as a career or even in college.
The practice you'll get is what's going to make you good.
I would recommend doing this show, both as an actor and as a tech. You get to meet new people, new directors and stuff like that.
And students as well.
Please come audition. It's one of the funnest things I've done for theater, especially. You should really go through with it because it's amazing getting an opportunity to do it at this theater.
The minute the curtain opens, you hear the people clapping, you just automatically get this chill, you get teary-eyed. It's a great experience, it's a great feeling.
It is totally worth it.
I will definitely want to do it again. It's really fun.
RUSD families, Nutrition Services invites you to apply for the 2020-2021 meal program. All families are encouraged to apply beginning July 1st, 2020. If your student qualified for the meal program last school year, your household will need to reapply. If you did not qualify last school year and circumstances have changed, we encourage you to apply before the new school year resumes. If you qualify for the meal program, you may also qualify for programs such as utility assistance, SAT fee waivers, and college application fee waivers. For more information, visit riversideunified.org and don't forget to reapply or apply beginning July 1st, 2020.
Welcome to University Heights Middle School. I'm Katie Grumbaugh, I'm the principal here at Uni. Today I'm going to share 5 things I love about our school. First is the variety of clubs and activities that we have. While we have traditional sports like soccer, volleyball, basketball, we also have a variety of things that are unique to us. Things like Sisters STEM Interest Program, Club 3.0, Girl Talk, Mariachi, Ballet Folklorico, Robotics, Makerspace, 3D printing, woodshop, and coding as well. The next thing I love about our school is that we're a personalized learning school. What that means is that each student has a learner profile where they identify their strengths and the ways that they learn best as a student. The teachers then use this to help them develop personalized learning plans, which are used to tailor instruction and activities to the needs of each student as an individual. Next step is our family resource room. We have a dedicated space for parent trainings, activities, to come in and utilize computers, printers, are just assistance for parents needing to apply for programs or access community resources. One of the things unique to our family resource room is that we have a food pantry and community closet available for families in need as well. Another thing I love about Uni is our Avid School-Wide program. We have a school-wide focus on college and career readiness, including high academic expectations in all core classes. Students are reading and writing no matter the subject area. And finally, we have a comprehensive social emotional learning program, including restorative practices along with social skills instruction in all classes to make sure that our students are successful not only academically, but also socially. School culture is really important to me. So if the teachers are happy, the students are happy. If the students are happy, they have positive relationships with people on campus, then they're more likely to learn and put forth the effort that we need for them to be successful academically. At University Heights, we believe that all decisions should put students first. We prioritize culture and community in all of our decision making. What that means to us is that anytime we are making decisions, deciding between two options, prioritizing programs, spending money, those are the things that we use to decide what we're going to do. So as a staff, we come together and say which one of these furthers our core values, and that's how we decide what we're going to do next. The goal of our school is to provide each student with challenging and rigorous curriculum appropriate to their academic level. We believe every child can achieve academic success. With parents and teachers working together toward the same goal, every child will succeed. Through teamwork, open communication, and a dedication to continuous improvement, we can make this school a place where students delight and enjoy learning.
Unified partners with over 20 local farmers. They deliver fresh produce to our central kitchen, and we deliver it to all of our sites daily.
Here at the Central Kitchen, we get a nice variety of produce that we get in. We have multiple farmers that we use within Riverside. We use not just oranges, but whatever fruits or produce that is available during season. So we also get lettuce, grapes, fresh strawberries from farmers that are local, melons, peaches, nectarines.
I work for RUSD as the food hub coordinator. I work with local farmers and helping them decide what to grow for the district and what varieties of produce and when we need it.
We introduced the Farm to School program in 2005 to try to teach our students lifelong healthy eating habits.
It is easy and quick to apply online by visiting riversideunified.org and apply online through the meal program application.
Today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about my journey into science. Imagine a scientist. What does a scientist look like to you? A lab coat, yes. Glassware, mixing chemicals in a lab, yes. And the big glasses, sometimes sort of falling or taped. But how many of you guys maybe thought of something different? Like a field biologist like Jane Goodall? Or the two astronauts who just did the first ever female spacewalk, Christina Cook and Jessica Meir. But how many of you guys actually pictured yourselves? Not everyone usually does, and this is something that educators often are trying to sort out, is why don't we picture ourselves in this role? Why don't we ever see ourselves as a scientist? When you ask a male or a female your interest in STEM after graduation, half of the guys are gonna say, yeah, STEM is something I'm really interested in, but a fraction of women are actually joining in that same interest. And this sort of then trickles down into the actual workforce. When I actually graduated high school, I was one of those statistics. I did not identify as a scientist. I had no interest in science. I just didn't know what to do with a science degree.
Inspire Her Mind is a conference that gets girls thinking about actually careers in science. They get to see some of the cool applications of science. They get to see women working in these areas.
We know there's not as many women in the STEM workforce as there are men, so we're really trying to be proactive and be able to get girls involved and really show them that this is an opportunity for them.
I did not expect this. I'm gonna be honest, I first came here because I wanted to get extra credit, and then it turned out to be more than that.
I wasn't really expecting all of these like different interactive activities that we got to do.
The one where you have to like inspect the cells of the plants and everything.
We saw like stomata and how it's on the back of the leaf, and we just learned more of like what we're learning in biology, so it's cool to see it just like not in the classroom.
We learned from like people who were specialized in their field, so they were like really passionate about it, and then so we got to learn just like straight from them, and it was really fun.
I don't really like science that much, but my friend convinced me, and it's nothing like what I expected. It's way funner. It's like a broad spectrum of different things that you can do. In one of the activities, we kind of learned about how different types of lines can make dresses appear differently. We had to draw like lines on the dresses to make appearances either look longer or shorter or thinner or thicker.
When I went to college, you have to take classes that are beyond your major, right? And so I took one that was global environmental problems. And in that class, I was just blown away, and I realized this is where I want to make a difference. I now have a lab that gets to look at these environmental issues, and I absolutely love my job. It took a long time to figure out that this is what I wanted, but I am so happy where I'm at.
I really liked it because it was more focused on us, because we were able to individually analyze what we wanted, not what anybody else wanted us to learn.
We took a personality quiz, and that quiz was honestly like my favorite part.
We were able to find out like the specific topics that we were interested in.
Mine was advisor, because I want to be in the medical field. I want to be an RN. I got a maker, and I thought that was really cool because ever since I was little, I would always love working with my hands, and I still do.
This is a really great opportunity for girls to get that hands-on experience and to open their eyes.
I decided to come on a whim.
I thought we were just gonna get like hour-long lectures and everything, but instead we got to have like these fun experiences.
I expected to see men in lab coats.
I also expected people to just tell about their jobs and then how we could help our city, but instead I learned about how those small careers add up to help the whole world.
We're really focusing on getting girls excited and engaged in STEM fields and potential STEM careers.
My expectations when we came here was that we would go into a lecture hall, they would lecture us, and then we would leave. I didn't expect it to be as hands-on and as innovative and interactive as it was, and I think that that's the reason why I enjoyed it as much as I did.
It's part of their everyday lives, and helping them understand that and appreciate that is also part of this endeavor.
My favorite thing was seeing the batteries and the wire thing move around.
Oh, I saw that amazing little robot. Did you guys? Yeah.
The way they were coded had them follow a pathway, and in that pathway were certain color codes, and those color codes would dictate what the robot did.
It was so little and it was so cute, and the fact that I could literally just drop like a bunch of colors and it would make the robot do different things. It was really, really like impressive, and I really like that.
I'm a wildlife biologist by training. I get to work with animals, habitats, and the environment.
We learned about the California condor,
and we found causes of death among condors and why they almost went extinct.
And how due to like conservation by people that are in the STEM field, they were able to multiply, and now they're growing species again.
The program provides an opportunity for our students, young ladies, to look into STEM as a possibility and also leadership. There is definitely a gap out in the workforce, so what are we doing? We're bringing our girls in and we're helping build the confidence around those two specific areas.
I'm actually really looking forward to coming back and seeing what other activities they have for us.
I heard them say that leadership was going to be the focus of the second conference. I'm definitely really interested in that, and I think it's really important for women to realize that leadership is an important skill to have, and it's definitely something that's really related to STEM, because STEM is leading the field in so many industries nowadays.
I'm also looking forward to coming back and learning more about the small careers that can build up to help everybody around.
I think it's really important to expose them to the vast array of careers and how a scientific background can help you succeed at anything you choose to do.
My mission for our students is to provide provide them with a nutritious meal, authentic foods that they will enjoy all year long.
I'm hoping all the effort that we put into our meals are enjoyed by the students.
Can I get the orange chicken?
Chicken sandwich, teriyaki rice,
Chicken chow mein.
Can I get some nachos? Nachos. I'm gonna get everything on them.
Cheeseburger, chicken sandwich, spicy chicken sandwich, pizza.
Bean and cheese burrito. I had tacos today with beef. We get fresh produce delivered twice a week that we use on our salads and our tacos. We have a vegetarian wrap with no meat.
We serve tortas and burritos, chicken chili verde. We have our barbecue served every day with hamburgers, hot dogs, and crispy chicken sandwiches. You can apply for the meal program online by visiting riversideunified.org. So apply as soon as possible.
My name is Matt Cash, and I have the privilege of serving our community as the principal at Fremont Elementary School. Here are 5 things that I absolutely love about Fremont. The first thing I love is our dual language immersion program, or DLI for short. All of Fremont's DLI teachers have a bilingual credential. In our DLI classrooms, students are taught in both English and in Spanish. And by the end of their 6th grade year, our students have the opportunity to grow into students that are biliterate, bilingual, and bicultural. Next, Fremont is a no excuses university school, or NEU for short. That means that we adhere to the belief that every single child deserves the opportunity to be educated in a way that prepares them for college and career. Fremont is also an AVID elementary school. That means that our teachers and staff are trained in the most up-to-date techniques to keep our students engaged in content and in the classroom. NEU and AVID go hand in hand. NEU provides us the systems we need to prepare our kids for college and career, and AVID provides us the strategies, real-time, on the ground, that we use inside the classroom to accomplish that. If you ever have the opportunity to walk around Fremont Elementary School, you will see a college presence here on campus. We have banners, pennants, and flags from a variety of colleges around the country hanging in our hallways and in our library. That means that from day one of a student attending our school, we instill the belief that if they want to, they can go to college and pursue the career that they were made for. Fremont Elementary has an amazing show choir. Our show choir is so dynamic that they've been invited to perform at places like the Festival of Lights, at City Hall for the mayor and city council, and even here in our community for local holiday shows. If you ever have a chance to catch one of their shows, you should. Here at Fremont, we are all about partnerships. That includes partnerships with local universities like UCR, the University of California, Riverside. They have a program for volunteers called AmeriCorps, where they come onto campus and college students tutor our elementary students in math, language arts, and other subject areas. Each of these college students work with individuals each day to ensure that our students not only know that they can do their best, but they're also given a mentor that they can aspire to be. Lastly, we pride ourselves on meaningful interventions. That means that data management is a high priority. We know who our kids are, we know their strengths and their challenges, and we design instruction that meets those needs and takes them from where they are to where they need to be in order to be successful. One of our core values is student engagement. We create opportunities for our students to meet their current needs and challenge them to become their best. Fremont Elementary School is unique. Opened in 1917, Fremont is one of the most storied elementary schools here in our city. Our school has been in the La Placida community for more than 100 years. That means we serve generation after generation of learners who have come through our doors. Fremont provides art classes, community service projects, band, show choir, social and emotional services, parent training, community activities, after-school enrichment, and so much more. We're excited for the programs we bring to the La Placida community, and we're happy to serve our families. So with that, we say, welcome to Fremont.
Good afternoon, Riverside Unified and the community. We're happy to have you back for our business portion of the agenda for September 1st, 2020. If you would like to view this meeting in Spanish on our Spanish live stream, please follow the link provided on the agenda, which can be found at our website, www.riversideunified.org. We are also broadcasting closed captions today, so those watching the meeting live stream can follow the live transcription of the closed captioning through the link in YouTube. The Brown Act requires that members of the public have an opportunity to address the board on matters within the board's jurisdiction during board meetings. Executive orders from the governor in March excused legislative bodies like ours from providing a physical location for the public to observe and comment during a public meeting, provided the body complied with certain requirements. One of which is allowing members of the public to observe and address the meeting telephonically or otherwise electronically. When the pandemic began, the board permitted members of the community to send in written comments to be read aloud, as we initially did not have the technology established to facilitate comments telephonically. We have worked to be able to facilitate live virtual comment in a manner substantially similar to an ordinary in-person meeting. So tonight, the board will only facilitate public comments submitted to the board by members of the public who choose to join the meeting through Zoom to directly voice their comments to the board. The instructions showing how to join the Zoom are on the board agenda, which is located on the district's website. Public comments will be accepted up until the specific item of business to be transacted or discussed by the board is considered. I would like to clarify the difference between public input for items not on the agenda. Anyone wishing to speak regarding an item not on the agenda may do so during the public input item. For all other comments related to an item on the agenda, such as an item under consent, comments related to the learning continuity or attendance plan, or comments related to one of our action items, those public comments will be taken at the beginning of that particular agenda item. Staff will prompt you throughout the meeting when the queue will be open. Consistent with our board bylaws, public comments will be heard for 3 timed minutes per person for a total of 20 minutes per item prior to the board's consideration of the item, unless the board president with board consent increases or decreases the time allowed for public input. Pursuant to section 54954.2 of the Government Code, no action or discussion shall be undertaken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda, except that members of the board or staff may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by persons exercising their public testimony rights. I would now like to introduce Assistant Superintendent Sergio San Martin to provide this message in Spanish.
Thank you, President Alavi. Muy buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la reunión de la Junta de Educación del 1 de septiembre del 2020. Si gustan ver esta reunión en español, sigan el enlace incluido dentro del orden del día, el cual pueden encontrar en nuestro sitio de línea en www.riversideunified.org. Hoy también estamos transmitiendo con subtítulos para quienes están viendo la transmisión en vivo. Pueden seguir los subtítulos en vivo por medio del enlace en YouTube. La ley de Brown Act exige que los miembros del público tengan la oportunidad de dirigirse a los miembros de la Junta acerca a los asuntos del distrito escolar. Las órdenes del gobernador en marzo dispensaron a los cuerpos legislativos como el nuestro de ofrecer un lugar físico para que el público pueda observar y comentar durante la reunión pública, con de cual el cuerpo gubernamental cumpliera con ciertos requisitos, uno del cual incluye el permitir que los miembros del público observen y aborden la reunión con teléfono o de otra manera electrónicamente. Cuando inició la pandemia, la Junta permitió que los miembros de la comunidad enviaran comentarios por escrito para que se leyeran en voz alta, ya que inicialmente no teníamos la tecnología establecida para facilitar los comentarios telefónicamente. Hemos trabajado para poder facilitar en vivo los comentarios públicos virtuales de una manera similar a una reunión en persona. Así que esta noche La Junta facilitará los comentarios públicos presentados por miembros del público quienes eligen unirse a la reunión por Zoom para que presenten sus comentarios directamente a la Junta. Las instrucciones para unirse por Zoom están en orden en el día en cual se encuentran en el sitio de Internet del distrito. Se aceptarán los comentarios públicos hasta que el tema específico se trate o se aborda por la Junta. Quiero aclarar la diferencia entre comentarios públicos sobre un tema que no está en el orden del día. Por ejemplo, toda persona que quiera hablar acerca de un tema que no está en el orden del día puede hacerlo durante el plazo para los comentarios públicos. Para todos los demás comentarios relacionados al tema del orden del día, tal como un artículo bajo consentimiento o comentarios relacionados en uno de los artículos de acción, esos comentarios públicos se tomarán al principio de este tema en particular del orden del día. Durante la reunión, el personal le indicará cuándo se abrirá el orden de llamada para cada tema. Consistente con los reglamentos de la Junta, los comentarios públicos se escucharán por 3 minutos por persona para un total de 20 minutos antes de que se considere el tema, a no ser que el presidente de la Junta aumente o disminuye el tiempo permitido para los comentarios públicos. Conforme al artículo 54954.2 del Código Gubernamental, no se tomará acción o se abordará algún tema que no esté incluido en el orden del día publicado, excepto que los miembros de la Junta o el personal podrán responder brevemente a las declaraciones hechas o preguntas presentadas por personas que ejercen sus derechos de declaración públicas. Muchas gracias, and back to you, Ms. Alavi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to report that no action was taken during closed session. We will now be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Carly Ramirez, a 6th grade student from Magnolia Elementary School. And afterwards, our new student board member, Vanessa Roscoe, will share some information about Carly after she says the pledge. So now, Carly.
Hi, I'm Carly Ramirez, and I'm a 6th grader at Magnolia Elementary School. My teacher is Mrs. Hernandez, and my principal is Mr. Alegria. I'm going to be doing the Pledge of Allegiance today, but first I'm going to introduce you to my family. This is my dad, Carlos.
Hi.
This is my mom, Patty.
Hello.
And this is my brother, Nicholas.
Hey.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Vanessa, go ahead.
Thank you, Carly. Carly Ramirez is currently a 6th grade student at Magnolia Elementary and has been part of Magnolia community since she started preschool with Miss Mabel Macias. All of her teachers speak highly of her persistence, perseverance, and love for life. Not only is she strong academically, Carly also enjoys drawing, painting, and riding her bike. She lives life to the fullest, as we all should. In addition to her dedication to academics, she is also kind, thoughtful, and considerate of others. Her compassion is often seen when she tries to help others feel better and often heard through her infectious laughter. As we all know, it takes a village to raise a child, and Carly is definitely has a strong village supporting her. She is surrounded by family and friends who encourage her, support her, and challenge her to reach her goals.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. We'll learn a little bit more about Vanessa in a little while. And right now we will have a student performance. This evening's arts performance features highlights from the district-wide collaborative arts project, Alice in Wonderland. The reading and video features students, principals, board members, and community partners who contributed to this dramatic reading.
Good evening, President Alavi, Dr. Hanson, and members of the board. For our arts performance today, here are highlights from a recent district-wide collaborative arts project to tell Lewis Carroll's story, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. We had students, principals, teachers, board members, and community partners submit a total of 24 dramatic reading videos accompanied by student artwork and music. The videos ran daily from July 6th to August 6th, and each video was completely directed and performed by the participants. I want to give a special thanks to everyone involved in the project and also all of our community partners, Empower You Edutainment, faculty from Cal State San Bernardino's theater and music departments, the Riverside County Office of Education, the City of Riverside, Riverside Arts Council, and Riverside Community Players. In case you missed them, the full series is available on RUSD's YouTube and Facebook pages, and I hope you enjoy the highlights this evening.
For the hot day made her feel very sleepy and stupid. Whether the pleasure of making a daisy chain would be worth the trouble of getting up and picking the daisies. When suddenly, a white rabbit with pink eyes ran close by her. There was nothing so very remarkable in that, nor did Alice think it so very much out of the way to hear the rabbit say to itself, oh dear, I shall too be late."
So Alice ventured to taste it, and finding it very nice. It had, in fact, a sort of mixed flavor of cherry tart, custard, pineapple, roasted turkey, toffee, and hot butter toast. She very soon finished it all.
"I'm sure those are not the right words," said poor Alice, her eyes filled with tears again as she went on. "I must be Mabel after all. I shall have to go and live in that poky little house, have next to no toys to play with, and, oh dear, ever so many lessons to learn."
"I was going to say," said the dodo in an offended tone, "was that the best thing to get us dry would be a caucus race." "What is a caucus race?" said Alice, not that she wanted much to know, but the dodo had paused as if it thought somebody ought to speak, and no one else seemed inclined to say anything. "Why," said the dodo, "the best way to explain it is to do it."
"Mine is a long and sad tale," said the mouse, turning towards Alice with a sigh. "It is a long tale, certainly," said Alice, looking down with a wonder at the mouse's tail.
"Catch hold of this rope. Will the roof bear? Mind that loose lid. Oh, it's coming down. Heads below." Now, who did that?
I didn't know that Cheshire cats always grinned. In fact, I didn't know that cats could grin. "They all can," said the Duchess, "and most of them do."
King and Queen of Hearts were seated on their throne when they arrived, with a great crowd assembled about them. All sorts of little birds and beasts, as well as the whole pack of cards.
Alice felt a curious sensation, which puzzled her a good deal, until she made out what it was. She was beginning to grow larger again, and she thought at first she would get up and leave the court. But on second thoughts, she decided to remain where she was for as long as there was room for her.
"What do you know about this business?" the king said to Alice. "Nothing," said Alice. "Nothing whatever?" persisted the king. "Nothing whatever," said Alice. "That's very important," the king said, turning to the jury.
Thank you very much. That was really fun to watch. I really appreciate Anne-Marie Guzzi and all the participants in the Alice in Wonderland project. It was really fun to do, and we're happy that it exists out there in the ether. And now we've got something fun. Our new high school student representatives are going to be speaking to us about what's going on their virtual campuses. We're going to start tonight with Lexi Blair from John W. North High School.
Hello, how is everyone? Alrighty, can I begin?
Yes, go ahead, Lexi.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, President Alaviv, Superintendent Dr. Hanson, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Lexi Blair, and I have the honor of reporting on behalf of John Wesley North for the 2020 to the 2021 school year. I have been at North for my entire high school career, and I plan on making the biggest impact possible before my departure next May. I have been involved in numerous clubs and organizations on campus. I'm a student leader in United Student League, Multicultural Council, as well as BSU and Heritage. I have also been a part of my school's mock trial team for 3 years. I'm an avid scholar, and I've also been enrolled in the International Baccalaureate program. I am forever grateful for the opportunities that have been granted to me as a result of being an RUSD student. Prior to the beginning of the school year, 11 students representing our clubs and organizations on campus met numerous times over the summer to organize how we were going to highlight unity, inclusivity, and celebration of culture. Then we went ahead and they had the at the CATA Summer Leadership Retreat. And during this retreat, we were able to deal with different staff and faculty members all over California, and we were able to share ideas on how we were going to proceed with the new school year. And at the end of the retreat and at the closure, during the closure of our school, in light of the murders of the numerous Black and Brown people, as well as the allies for the fight for change in this country, we thought that it would be prudent of us to have our theme this year as Unity Begins With You. Because we are living in unprecedented times, there's been a major transition from on-campus instruction to extracurricular events, and distance learning and virtual events have now become distance learning and virtual events have now become the new normal. And on Friday, August 7th, we had our very first virtual freshman first day. And the freshmen were able to talk to their new staff and to their link mentors. And then following that, we had we plan on having our virtual Club Rush week from the 14th to the 18th of September. This will allow students to get to know all of the advisors and presidents of the clubs of their choice. We also use a tool called Isolation Communication Reports. This allows all of our students and our parents to be up to date with all of the activities. And finally, on Friday, August 28th, we had our 6th annual leadership retreat. And we were able to try and find goals that we were going to have virtually this year that were going to lead us through our unity journey. And those goals were acceptance and understanding, communication, connection, inclusivity, and support. And finally, I would like to recognize our faculty and staff who have been hard at work to create positive, interactive learning experience for students to thrive and achieve their goals this year. While our teachers have had to quote unquote upgrade their teaching to meet the accommodations of their students during this time. On behalf of North High School, I would like to appreciate you for your time and your commitment for the betterment of our schools. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lexi. It's a lot of fun to have you here as the representative from John W. North, and we appreciate it. Any questions on behalf of any board member? All right. Well, thank you, Lexi. We'll see you then in another couple months to give us another update. And now we will go on to Ethan Cortez from Riverside Polytechnic High School.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hanson, President Alavi, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Ethan Cortez, and I'm proud to represent my high school of Riverside Polytechnic High. As the first week of school began, teachers, faculty, and students began to slowly adapt to the remote and teaching environment due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In order to interactively engage with these students, our teachers incorporated the important poly standards and ideals of passion, respect, integrity, determination, and extraordinariness, otherwise known as pride, into their lesson plans. In order to engage student culture, campus activities were virtually adapted, such as Club Rush being turned into a video presentation for students for them to observe, with our virtual announcements being done in the same manner. In the following week, students began to return to campus to pick up their textbooks in a safe, socially distanced manner. This consisted of students circling around the pool deck one by one, grabbing their textbooks while following safe public safety guidelines. Not to mention, our average textbook pickup time was 7 minutes or less. As far as construction on campus is going, we are a few months ahead of schedule, and the layout of the school is visibly beginning to come together. Fortunately, due to being ahead of schedule, this year's seniors, the class of 2021, will be able to witness the finished product of Phase 1's construction this coming springtime. Thank you. This concludes my presentation, and once we are all back in school, we hope to see you join us all in Bear Country. Please ask me any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. Does any board member have a question for Ethan? Not this time, but maybe next time. Thank you, Ethan, for your report. And now thank you. We'll move on to Savannah Wald from Ramona High School. Did I say that right, Savannah?
Yes, you did. That was correct.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Board President, Mrs. Alavi, Superintendent Dr. Hansen, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Savannah Wald, and I am eternally grateful to be able to represent Ramona High School for the 2020-2021 school year. I would like to begin by personally thanking each and every one of you for your continuous efforts into keeping our district safe and organized throughout these unprecedented times. While we may be limited to virtual instruction, Ramona has continued to incorporate an inclusive community to its students. We at Ramona want to ensure that every child has the necessary means to prosper, even when in the virtual classroom. During our drive-by material pickup, students not only grabbed necessary materials such as planners, textbooks, waivers, and binders, and more, but they were also able to receive our annual class t-shirts designed by students at Ramona. Here I am presenting the senior class shirt designed by the senior class, where everyone was able to add input to make the shirt truly one of a kind. Teachers are making every possible effort to support their students. For example, our art and ceramics teachers have created almost 400 art supplies kits for their students. These kits include materials such as paint, sketchbooks, clay, and much more. We at Ramona want to ensure that all students have the opportunity to access whatever support they may need, whether it be from academics to our RAM's well-being. To help students cope with many of the struggles from the changes we have experienced, our on-campus counseling group, Super Peers, have put together a series of mental health and wellness webinars for our students to attend. These webinars began on August 26th and will periodically take place until December 8th. Topics such as stress, anxiety and coping, racial trauma, and suicide prevention will be discussed during these webinars. Our teachers have been extremely creative in utilizing all of the virtual tools given through the district, whether it's the Google Meet breakout room feature, Jamboard, Nod, or Kami. Every teacher is able to incorporate their personal teaching techniques into the virtual classroom. We applaud all of our teachers, staff, and especially our counselors for their continued support of our RAMs. Additionally, we want to encourage every student to still participate and feel connected to Ramona even from the comfort of their own home. Since the pandemic began, our social media presence has flourished. We aim to create a positive atmosphere because we know social media can oftentimes be filled with negative content. On our social media, we provide resources, news announcements, staff and student recognition, and even small little skits just to bring a smile to our students' faces. We invite you to follow us on social media. Just search for @RamonaRams on most platforms. Thank you, and that is all I have for you today.
Thank you very much, Savannah. Does anyone have a question for Savannah? All right. Thank you, Savannah, for the good job. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And now we'll move on to Alexander Karam from the Riverside STEM Academy.
Hello.
Hello.
Dr. Hansen, President Alavi, and esteemed members of the board, thank you for having me here today as the Riverside STEM Academy representative. I'm glad to report on the numerous efforts that our STEM student body, as well as the efforts that are in works, I'm glad to report on those efforts. The events of COVID have had a major impact on students all across the district, and arguably none more so than the 9th grade class. As one of my school's Link Crew liaisons, I see how important it is to make sure that the ninth graders are handling the transition from middle school to high school well. So in order to combat any further confusion for them, Link Crew worked throughout the summer to find virtual ways of connecting with the students, whether it be through games or virtualizing any in-person activities that we would do normally. At the beginning of the year, we started with a Link Crew orientation where we utilized the breakout feature on Google Meets and sorted ourselves into the smaller groups that Link Crew has. And we incorporated a mix of both new activities as well as virtualized old activities in order to give them as close to the real experience as possible. This year, Link Crew is also hoping to refocus more on the individual mental state of the students, as well as incorporating more short meetings to serve as check-ins and make sure that the students are doing well, as well as like shorter meetings tend to be less stressful than the full-length meetings. Continuing with the theme of connection, our ASB has been hard at work crafting activities and other outlets to maintain a sense of community amongst our student body. Just this past Friday, we had an Ice Cream and Isolate event, which was held on Google Meets. We experimented with the breakout rooms feature again there, and we sorted people into small groups where they could talk, interact by playing games, and obviously enjoy a nice bowl of ice cream. Another activity that our ASB has been crafting is a synergy later this month, as well as synergies for the future. Now, synergies are a very common type of activity at STEM, and we try to improve it with each synergy we hold. And it's been something that we've enjoyed having since 2015 when we first decided to do it in conjunction with Colton High School. The final thing that our student body has been working on of major note is a student-run website through the use of Google Sites. And right now, the main function of it is serving as video announcements, where we upload videos of our students doing the announcements that we'd normally have on school campus over the PA systems. With the creation of this website, our leadership has also decided that it would still be possible to maintain a very key aspect of high school culture, clubs. You can ask any high school student and they will tell you how important clubs are for making their high school experience unique. In order to maintain order, we had the leaders of each club meet and organize a schedule to reduce conflicts between any meetings, as well as limit confusion for individual students. After having set that up, we decided to hold Club Rush this week, and it is currently going on. We had each club design their own page to upload to our STEM Google site. And the students are able to go on there, look at the pages, and each club has a different way of being contacted as well as signing up for it. But throughout this week, people will be able to go there and figure that out for themselves. Another prominent club on the STEM campus is Speech and Debate, which is also making use of this club. And as many students will tell you, it is one of their favorite clubs. And they are also ramping up as they are preparing for a competition later this month. All of this would not have been possible without our dedicated students and leadership, one of which is now notably a student board member, as well as our ASB president, Vanessa Orozco, which I believe you have all had a chance to meet in some capacity. She has helped maintain order with all the committees and various activities that have been frantically moving about. And she has also worked closely with our language arts teacher, Miss Murray, to resolve any conflicts that arise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alexander. That was very nice. Does anyone have any questions for Alexander tonight? Okay, well, thank you so much. We really appreciate you doing this job for us. Thank you. And now we're going to move on to presentations. And we're going to start with something that's always a highlight for us on the board. It's to introduce the school students who are on the Board of Education for the 2021 school year. Tonight we have 2 of 3 here with us tonight, and our 3rd board member will be introduced at the October board meeting. And I'd like Ms. Renee Hill, our Chief Academic Officer, to introduce everyone. Ms. Hill?
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. In order to enhance communication between the Board of Education and the student body, and in an effort to engage students in the district's educational programs and operations, the Board of Education encourages the involvement of high school students with district governance. Each year, eligible students go through a selection process, which includes submission of an application, a letter of reference, and a face-to-face interview with 2 board members. After this process takes place, the board members appoint 3 students to serve the full school year, and each will take a term being seated with the board for participation during board meetings. Student board members will attend board meetings, and they are seated with the elected members. They will be expected to share peers' voices, and provide informal input or notes on agenda topics. Student board members may cast preferential votes, which do not affect the final numerical board vote, and they may also make motions that may be acted upon by the board. Mrs. Alavi, at this time, I would like to introduce each student and have you swear them in by giving the oath of office. First, I would like to introduce Ms. Vanessa Orozco, Riverside STEM Academy class of 2021, who will serve term 1, which is September through November. She is a first-generation American, born and raised in the city of Riverside, and her parents are from Michoacan, Mexico, and came to this country looking for a better life. She attended Hawthorne Elementary and then transferred to Riverside STEM Academy in 7th grade. Vanessa is very passionate about being involved with her community and her school. She is the ASB president and vice president of the Pre-Med Club. She is a Youth Opportunity Center volunteer and is part of the Project Bridge podcasts with Parks and Recreation. The time she devotes to her school and community, and she does all of this while maintaining a 4.0 average grade point. Vanessa is the first Miss Riverside City's Outstanding Teen 2020 and has moved on to preliminary level for the Miss California Outstanding Teen 2021 for the Miss America Scholarship Organization. She loves her families and friends who have been great supporters of her journey. As a first-generation student, she hopes to attend a 4-year university and to inspire the rest of her family to follow in her footsteps. After high school, Vanessa plans to major in molecular biology and then attend medical school. Her dream is to become a cardiovascular surgeon and help those who need medical attention but don't have the means to access it, both inside and outside of the country. Her favorite time of the week is when she teaches dance to her little ballerinas at her home studio, and she is a dancer and on scholarship, apprentice, and instructor at the Inland Empire Dance Center. She is very humbled and honored to be a student board member and hopes to serve her term to the best of her potential.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. At this time, I would like to ask Vanessa to raise her right hand and repeat after me. I, Vanessa Orozco.
I, Vanessa Orozco.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Constitution of the United States.
To the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and thankfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, Vanessa.
Thank you.
For everyone at home, Vanessa is our first term, and so she will be with us for the rest of the evening. Thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you.
Okay, and now, Ms. Hill, would you like to introduce our Term 2 student board member?
I'd love to, Mrs. Alavi. Next, I'd like to introduce to you Miss Rhea Mistry, Riverside Polytechnical High School class of 2021, who will serve term 2, which is December through February. Rhea is the president of the Special Needs Integration Club, Bear Pals at Poly High School. She was born in Riverside and attended Castleview Elementary, Matthew Gage Middle School, and is currently a senior at Poly High. Rhea has a long academic history and is ranked at the top of her class at Poly. She is a member of the National Honor Society and is involved in Link Crew and AVID. In addition to her academic accomplishments, Rhea is a tennis and track athlete and has been recognized by organizations such as Riverside's 25 Most Remarkable Teens and the Future Leader Scholarship. Outside of the academic environment, Rhea is the founder and president of Bundles of Care, a 501c3 nonprofit organization which serves to provide foster children and low-income families with school and hygiene essentials bundled in a backpack. Rhea plans to attend USC to study communicative sciences and disorders, childhood and special education, and gender and sexuality. She hopes to combine these interests to help others and become a psychiatrist specializing in the treatment of special needs patients.
Thank you very much. Rhea, are you ready to take the oath of office? Rhea?
Yes.
Okay, good. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Rhea Mistry, do solemnly swear. I'm not hearing you, Rhea. Let's make sure your mic is on.
Yeah, support and defend.
We're having some technical difficulties here. So we're having a hard time hearing you, Rhea. You're coming in and out. So I'm going to start again. I, Rhea Mistry, do solemnly swear. I think we're having some internet issues with Rhea. At this point in time, I'm going to ask that we probably will have to repeat this at the next meeting when we have a better connection. And I'm sorry, Rhea, that we're not catching you, but it's very important that we hear the complete oath of office. And so I think we're going to have to ask that you come back for the next meeting, which will be fine. And let me tell the rest of the community that our third candidate, who will be doing our third term, Mr. Micah Daly White, we will introduce him when he takes the oath of office in October. And this time I would like to break for the recognitions. And the Board of Education will recognize the winners of the Riverside Flag Design Contest. So Dr. Lewis.
Good evening, Mrs. Alavi, Dr. Hanson, and members of the board. There's a presentation they're loading for us, so thank you. Great, thank you. So I am pleased to bring with you tonight a partnership that started between the City of Riverside and our school district and ended with a Riverside Flag Contest. And tonight we would like to recognize the winners that were part of that. On the next slide, we'll tell a little bit about what happened, but then we have a much more detailed presentation from our mayor that we'll be showing in a second. Just as a quick update, the contest invited students across our school district to create a new flag design for the City of Riverside. At the end of the contest, 10 winners were selected and received cash prizes and certificates that were provided by our very generous sponsors. We would like to especially thank our judges panel that consisted of our very own Mayor Rusty Bailey, RUSD board members Dr. Farouk and Mr. Brent Lee, Jesse Streeter, Donna O'Donnell, and of course our VAPA specialist Anne-Marie Guzzi. And then we'd also like to thank our special sponsors located at the bottom. And at this time, I would like to introduce our Mayor, Riverside Mayor, Mayor Bailey, with a short video describing the flag contest.
Good evening, Riverside students and parents, teachers, administrators, and staff. It's your Mayor, Rusty Bailey here, with a message of gratitude for all the work that has gone into the Riverside Flag Contest. Earlier this year, RUSD invited all students in both school districts to create designs for a new flag for the city of Riverside. This effort was undertaken to enhance civic pride, spark creativity, and strengthen the bonds of unity during this uncertain time in our history. Winners were selected by a panel of judges based on creativity, thoughtfulness, artistic statements, and overall designs. I was truly honored to be one of the judges, along with RUSD board members Dr. Angela Farouk and Mr. Brent Lee, and Jesse Streeter, Donna O'Donnell, and Anne-Marie Guzzi. Winners received certificates of excellence from the mayor, that's me, and from RUSD. Cash prizes were provided by sponsors including Jesse Streeter Realtor Shepherd Realty Group, Inland Empire Sales and Consulting, Windermere Real Estate Tower Properties, and the Inland Valley Association of Realtors. I'd like to extend a hearty congratulations and gratitude not just from myself, but from the entire City of Riverside team. We appreciate you, RUSD, for inspiring our kids and encouraging them to use their talents to connect to our city. God bless y'all.
My name is Dustin Seotang. At the time I submitted my entry, I was a 5th grader at Woodcrest Elementary School. Now I'm a virtual 6th grader. When schools were closed during the COVID-19 quarantine, I was looking at the RUSD Facebook page with my mom when I noticed something. An event called the RUSD Flag Contest caught my eye. So it basically told us to make a flag for Riverside. So vexillology, the study of flags, is something I am interested in, so then I submitted an entry based on that. So I thought up a flag that consists of a vertical silhouette of the rain cross. After all, the rain cross is an iconic part of Riverside culture. I colored it aqua for the Santa Ana River that passes by the city. I colored the top of the flag orange and the bottom of the flag lime green. These colors are a reference to how the Washington Naval Orange has changed our city's history. I then submitted my flag design in May. Then on one fateful August day, my mom informed me of the good news. I won first place in the elementary school category. I was speechless. I want to thank RUSD, the City of Riverside, the sponsors of the contest, and all of the judges for giving us students this opportunity to show Riverside pride. Go Riverside!
Hello, my name is Yunchu Zhang and I'm an 8th grader at Riverside STEM Academy. I chose green for the bottom half of this flag to represent the land that Riverside is on. Years before the Spanish arrived, the Native Americans around this area used the land to grow crops and to raise livestock for their own personal use. After the Spanish settlements, the first navel oranges were planted here. With the climate that Riverside has, the oranges were more rich and they flourished more quickly. Together, the green bottom and the orange top are the building blocks of the history of Riverside. In the middle, I added the iconic rain cross symbol, which completes the look of this flag. Lastly, I want to thank all board members and teachers for their hard work during this pandemic, and thank you for this challenge.
Hello, I'm Chloe Ivy Kerwin. I go to Riverside High School, and I'm in 11th grade. And this is my artist statement for the Riverside Flag Redesign Contest. Utilizing the official colors from the Riverside Graphics Standard Manual, I chose the gold and dark blue, the gold representing the rich history Riverside was built on. Riverside was the wealthiest city per capita by 1895. In the first design, the gold color hints at the importance of our citrus heritage. The deep blue that surrounds the golden circle symbolizes where we got the name Riverside, which is because of the close proximity of the Santa Ana River, and the famous Gage Canal that runs through our city. The choice to use the rain cross as a focus was an easy one. The rain cross has always been a symbol that I can recognize and think, hey, that's Riverside. And I think it's both recognizable to everyone who lives in Riverside and beyond, but also symbolizes the deep history of the Mission Inn. Anyone who's ever been to Riverside knows the Mission Inn, whether it's during the holiday season when they decorate the hotel in lights, or it's just another day. The Mission Inn is our crowning jewel. One of the first navel trees was planted there, and many presidents have visited. I think everyone should know something about the history of our city. Thank you.
Our students are so fantastic. If that doesn't start our night off, thank you to everyone involved. Thank you to all of our students. Thank you to our city, and thank you for our board for recognizing their efforts.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. That was lovely. I really enjoyed that. And congratulations to all of the students who participated. They did a great job. And now we will move on to district superintendent's comments and our superintendent, Dr. David Hanson.
Thank you, President Alavey. And I concur with what Dr. Lewis said. What a great start to our meeting this evening, to see our 3 new student board members and to hear about them. And then of course, to see the high school kids representatives report on their high schools in the start of the school year. And then the partnerships with business in the city and RUSD around the flag design contest. So it has been a great start to the evening. Thank you. We have had board members and community members a lot of questions lately regarding waivers, particularly the elementary school waiver that you see that has been happening up and down the state. I have asked our Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Hill, to first speak to us about waivers, and then I will come back and finish up, Ms. Alavey.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson, Mrs. Alavey, our Board of Trustees, and esteemed community members. I'd like to share some information about the elementary waiver process, which has been the topic of conversations and correspondence that we've all been receiving. We are, in fact, looking at what is required to apply for the waiver process. We're currently aware of 25 applications, 5 approved and 20 pending as of midday today. All are from small private schools. For a large district, especially one as comprehensive and complex as ours, the waiver requirements present quite a high bar. We will keep the board and community abreast of what we learn and what we recommend as it pertains to the waiver. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. And we will keep the board updated and we will keep the community updated as we walk down this path, because you see the majority, over 95% of the waivers approved through our state have been to private schools, church-run schools, and we have had a few charter and a couple very small public elementary schools, so we'll keep you updated. The second thing that maybe you've heard of that our governor approved is he talked about approving this new cohort support of some of our most vulnerable students. He defined a cohort as being kids who are in the highest need. Perhaps it's your most vulnerable special education students, or maybe homeless or foster youth, that we could, even though Riverside County is on the watch list, that we could bring them back to the school site in groups no larger than 14, no more than 2 adults per group, and following all the safety guidelines provided from the California Department of Education, as well as the CDC. I'd like to ask Assistant Superintendent Tim Walker to unmute and tell us a little bit more about these cohorts and how we are studying them in our school district.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson, and welcome to everybody who is with us virtually. I hope this meeting finds you in good health and spirits. The cohort that is available to have specialized students who are in great need come to the district while the schools are closed would entail having no more than 14 students, as Dr. Hanson had said, and no more than 2 adults, and they would have to stay in the cohort. So no one working in one cohort could transition to the other. So the teacher could only cover one cohort. There could be 2 adults, but we know that anytime you have supervision of students in our schools, we have to have at least 1 certificated personnel. Speech language therapy and other DIS or designated instructional services could be done. There is conversation in a FAQ, which is a frequently asked questions from the California Department of Public Health related to the issue of the cohorts. And one of the questions asked whether or not students could come back and could be provided with services from their prospective service providers or specialists at the school. And the answer was yes, they could, after the district consults with the Riverside County Department of Public Health, creates a plan for reinstitution of students and staff at schools, and then also negotiated anything with labor unions that would be required in order to do to get staff back in advance of schools opening. So we are in the process of exploring those 3 areas. Our Director of Special Education, Kirsten Frosto, is working with the state and work groups, as well as the county Inland Empire SELPA configuration, to see what is happening across our county and what would be the recommendations for our school district in the near future, and that we would be bringing that information to Dr. Hanson and the Board of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. And so you heard a little bit about elementary waivers from Ms. Hill. You heard a little bit about the cohorts. That's a different process from Mr. Walker and myself. The one good news about the cohorts is for the last month, 5 weeks, we've been working with a lot of community leaders, city leaders, church pastors, city business, about establishing neighborhood learning centers to be able to provide safe havens, if you will, for our kids to go during the day with their device, hook into Wi-Fi, and complete their distance learning, their virtual classes there. We turned our application in to the to the county health office a few weeks ago, and it was put on pause. And they said, we're waiting for further direction from the state. Well, that further direction came, as you just heard last week from our governor. And so we've resubmitted our application to the office of Barbara Cole and Dr. Cameron Kaiser. And they have that in hand to where if we could get approval for our neighborhood learning centers. Very grateful for the city and their partnerships. They would be opening up the 6 or 7 community centers in some of our highest need neighborhoods throughout the city. This is a joint partnership with Alvord, RUSD, and the city. And so, as I mentioned, our application is in and we're waiting to hear back from them, hopefully the end of this week or next week. So I just wanted to update everyone on those things going on, the cohorts and the elementary waivers. And that concludes my comments this evening, President Alavi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hanson. We're now going to open up the queue for item I1, the public input. This item is for members of the public to comment on topics that are not already on the agenda. Ms. Reno Frosto, would you now like to provide instructions for how people should enter the queue?
Yes, Board President Alavi. If you are a member of the public who has joined the Zoom call today to provide public input for topics that are not already on the agenda, you may now enter the queue by using the raised hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open for public input item I1 at this time, which is for topics that are not already on the agenda. All other members of the public wishing to speak on an item that is on the agenda will be invited to enter the queue prior to that item beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will have our board members' comments while our public input people get into the queue. And we will start with Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, President Alavi, and thank you for the report so far this night. And thank you for all the staff here at the district and across the district. It's just an amazing, unprecedented work that you're doing, and it's very impressive. Speaking of impressive, those 3 young people we chose as, I was just honored to be with Mrs. Alavi as our next student board members. They were 3 among 10 that could have been chosen. Just wonderful young people, but they all, and particularly these 3, were very dedicated to RUSD, and they had good questions about that, very dedicated to their community, many of them wanting to come back. And I think you'll find as you go through there and you begin to meet these young people that perseverance among them was, you saw the first young lady was a first generation from Mexico. The second young lady had been in a foster home. She shared that with us. I'm not sharing anything out of it. And just the way they've come through and grasped education was very, very important. I would ask that to find out if I shared with Mrs. Mays Kakish, our Chief Business Officer, AB 821, if it went through, if it's what the status is. This is a bill that the legislature has put up to force the investor-owned utilities, which is around here is Edison, to put forth quite a bit of money for grants for public school districts, that being us, to help reopen the schools in the safest manner possible. That's to do with air filtration and some other items. I talked to, and of course, except for 4 of our schools, and I'm still very interested that we would look into this for the 4 schools we have that are in the Edison territory, but the other 46 campuses, of course, are in RPUs. I talked to Mr. Garcia, who's the assistant general manager, and he's over everything electric at RPU. And he told me that oftentimes when bills come through like this, that the MOUs, RPU, work to level the playing field and get involved in these same sort of programs. So I'm very, very interested that we would look into that. And that's it, Mrs. Oh, one last thing. I would like to know on our updating on our board packets, the cohorts. I'm very excited about that. We've all gotten letters and calls from parents. Particularly, I was talking to a grandparent just the other day, and his little granddaughter's 4.5. She has autism, and just a very difficult time with the virtual learning delivery. So I'm interested to know from Ms. Hill and Mr. Walker, and of course Dr. Hanson, how the selection will be pared down. I'm doing an inverted pyramid in my hands, but so how will the young people be chosen that can go into these 14-person cohorts? And I'm sure we'll get that information. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Mr. Lee.
Thank you, President Alvey. I appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. Week 4. Hope everybody's doing well. I know at our house it's still coming the new normal and trying to figure out logging in and staying on top of Google Classroom and all those things. So it's fun learning along with my kids, but I know the challenges are still out there. We're experiencing them to some degree, but not nearly as much as a lot of our families out there. But just want to again extend my gratitude to the parents and the guardians and those helping their kids with school during this time. And then of course our staff and our teachers and our administrators who are trying to keep everything together amongst just the difficulties we saw tonight, right? About some of our students just trying to log in and having some issues with our internet. So again, just thank you everybody for your patience, and thank you for all your hard work. And I also want to welcome our high school representatives. Lexi from North, thank you for being here. Thanks for sharing. I love that. Unity begins with you. Reminds me of our theme that we have going this year with our hashtag Be Unified. I think for all, I mean, every year it's important to be unified, but as a district, while our individual schools are so important, I think as a district, it's so important for us all to come together during this time. So I love that theme. Ethan from Poly, I'm a Poly kid too, so welcome. Savannah from Ramona, love the shirt, I think that's awesome. And Alexander from STEM, thank you, you look sharp tonight. Appreciate you being on the call. And then of course our board representatives, Vanessa, I'm glad you're here. Look forward to serving with you. Can't wait to hear your ideas. Can't wait to hear your input. What you share with us is valuable and appreciated. So don't be shy. I'm available always for any questions or any support that you need to be a good servant for our district. So thanks for being here. And Rhea, thank you too for being here. Sorry you had those technical difficulties. We have a few things in common. I'm a Gage Gator too. I'm Polly Bear, and now we're both board members. So welcome to the board. And then Micah, I look forward to meeting you in October. Also wanted to briefly mention that flag contest and really thank Jesse Streeter, who this is kind of his brainchild. I know he was inspired by a TED Talk. Got this off the ground, and obviously it couldn't have been done without Anne-Marie Guzzi, who kind of brought us all together, and of course the support of the mayor and really Dr. Farouk taking the lead on the board with this. But just really proud of my association and my other hat in real estate for doing this civic engagement and encouraging our kids to get inspired and to be artistic during the summer season. And I think it's really great. I mean, I think when I first started, when I first agreed to help with this, I was thinking, oh, we'll just look at a lot of cool artistic images. But as you heard from each one of those students, it was a lot more than just about expressing their artistic abilities, but really you could hear the thought and the commitment and the time they took and the intention that they had with creating their various designs. So congratulations to the winners. More importantly, congratulations to all the participants. Last thing I wanted to mention was, congratulations to the legislature and to Assemblyman Medina, our very own Assemblyman Medina, on getting AB 331 through the legislature. I'm hopeful and I'm fairly certain that we'll see the governor sign that. So excited. I know that's coming before the board to talk about ethnic studies. I know something that personally I was a little hesitant last time it was before us for an endorsement for various reasons. One, concern about having model curriculum, and two, just making sure we weren't impacting our students and jeopardizing their potential to graduate. But I think times have definitely, different season, different climate. I think now more than ever, it's really necessary for our students to be exposed to ethnic studies. And I'm really proud of this district for some of the innovative ways we've used to try to already look at how we can re-examine our curriculum and expose more of our students at various times throughout their stay with us to some of the components that are in this bill, but also providing students the opportunity to take ethnic studies, hopefully at every one of our campuses, as well as African American studies, Chicano studies, and even hopefully world studies, where we even get a bigger breadth of some of the opportunities for our students. So congratulations to one of our own teachers. And I think it's a big win for the future of our district. And I look forward to talking about it with my colleagues at a future meeting. Thank you, President Alvey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Dr. Farouk.
Thank you, President Alavi. And I just want to really echo a lot of the sentiments that my colleague, Trustee Lee, just shared on a variety of fronts. I want to begin by just thanking the job of our incredible staff and employees with their dedication, not just navigating the reopening of schools and the complexities with that, but all of the going through the approval processes between the state, county, health experts on establishing these neighborhood learning centers. And again, everything that goes with that. So I really appreciate everyone's dedication and hard work. I also want to echo the sentiments about congratulations to our new student board member appointments, as well as the high school representatives. I think right now, more than ever, the premise and the importance behind this position and this voice for students is so critical now. All of these adjustments that we're doing and adaptive flexibility that we're doing, whether it's respect to distance learning or going through all of these different modes of learning, that student voice and input is more important now than ever. So again, want to echo the sentiments to whether it's Vanessa here that's joining us right now, but any of the representatives or appointed board members or students in general, for that matter, to feel welcome to reach out to us as a board on how we can be an ally and how we can make this process and this during this crisis better for all of you to be successful. Also, again, want to just extend the sentiments to my friend Jesse Streeter, Ivar, Mayor Bailey, Trustee Lee, everybody that's involved, Anne Marie Guzzi, for the flag design competitions. I think it's very inspiring. I think that, again, the timing of our students, our future leaders of this city, being able to represent the values of how they would like to see this city represented, I think is very powerful. I'm hopeful, it wasn't mentioned in the presentation, but I'm hopeful that the process through Mayor Bailey and the city will continue for one of these flag designs or other student proposals to actually be formally adopted by the city as the new flag. So hopeful that how that plays out, and happy to be supportive throughout the efforts. I also want to acknowledge Riverside County Workforce Development Board. They have agreed to sponsor 25 to 30 internship slots for our school district students in healthcare pathways specifically. Give kudos specifically to Dr. Lewis, Mr. Weston, Ms. Schulte on all of their follow-up with the county workforce department making this happen. And it's my understanding that the County Board of Supervisors recently announced doubling the funding for this effort. So I'm hopeful that that means that even more of our students will be able to get participate in that opportunity. I also want to mention that with the upcoming September 15th meeting, that I really hope that the consideration of the resolution that I had requested regarding racism as a public health crisis, that language, that option will be an option presentable to the board. Very passionate about this issue, and I think with the public health crisis facing obviously not just our school district, but the whole country, but the tremendous impact that that's having in our district, our students, our employees, it's very important that we are looking at this from a lens of systemic racism and the disproportionate impact that this health crisis has been having on people of color. I also want to echo about the ethnic studies Assembly Bill 331, as Trustee Lee mentioned, that it did pass the legislature. It's my understanding that the governor could be signing it even potentially before our next meeting. But certainly indication is that it will be signed into law before the deadline by the end of this month. My hope is that, as I've requested before, that not just that we take this as an action item on the 15th, but in light of the fact that it might get signed into law prior, my only amended request is that we adopt it 1 year prior to the legislation. That would still give us 4 years, which is ample time. Other school districts recently, as large as Fresno Unified, Los Angeles, have taken similar actions in terms of them taking into effect prior to the legislation that, again, we're anticipating will be signed into law shortly. So I think there's precedence. There's a lot of other districts that are doing this or considering it. I think as a Riverside, especially being in the community where this effort statewide has been led from our assembly member, it's important that we show leadership in this. And I think that's a way we can do it, even if the governor ends up signing it again before the meeting. So I hope that that's something that's considered by our board. And I appreciate Trustee Lee for speaking out and and support about his reconsideration on this issue. And I hope that my colleagues can share their perspectives as well. Lastly, I want to just extend my appreciation to our Assistant Superintendent, Sergio San Martin, about notifying the community about how the mobility hub, the proposed mobility hub, potentially would not be a hindrance to the proposed neighborhood school in Eastside. Appreciate the due diligence that his staff, Dr. Hansen and the broader team are doing on that. I also appreciate the opportunity to have discussed how we can have more inclusive, expanded outreach to this on the Spring Mountain High Grove community for the proposed school there. And I hope that we can start engaging in the scope of work for the North Measure O project very soon. So thank you, President Alvey. That's my remarks.
Thank you. Ms. Locke Dawson.
Thank you, Mrs. Alvey. And this is what happens when you're the last board member to speak. You often repeat a lot of what's been said, but I would be remiss if I did not thank and welcome and congratulate our new high school reps, our board reps, our student board representatives, and our flag winners. So all of you really give us hope for the future, because we know we're in really good hands as we grow old into a world that you're taking care of and creating. So thank you. Also, big thanks to Jesse Streeter. I know this was his brainchild, and he did a fantastic job shepherding this through, and for all who were involved in bringing it to fruition. I really appreciate it. Mr. Lee referred to our back to school, and I also, as a mother of a student who's also struggling with the online learning, it's been a challenge for us too. Every day is an adventure. I'm glad that we have the supports in place that we do at the district, because I need them as well. So I want to thank our staff, our faculty, our administration, everybody who's worked so hard to try to make this happen and make it more meaningful than the online learning that we were trying to accomplish in spring. So I can't thank everybody enough. And I think a particular shout out needs to go to our counselors, who were just overwhelmed and still are overwhelmed trying to make everybody's schedules work in this really unprecedented caseload that they have. So I just want to thank them. And I also want to give a big shout out to our parents and our students, because they are also struggling and putting up with a lot, and also doing well and prevailing. So I really appreciate your sticking with it and hanging in there. To Dr. Fuchs and Mr. Lee's comment regarding ethnic studies, I am glad we are actually taking this up now. I know it was several years ago, I believe Dr. Fuchs served on one of our committees that we wanted to take a resolution forward to support ethnic studies, and we weren't able to at that time based on the committee's recommendations. So I'm really glad we've come a long way. And yes, Mr. Lee, you're correct. We are in a new season and a new place. And I think every day new information comes to light that is incumbent on leadership to respond to and develop strategies for going forward. So I appreciate that. Lastly, I just want to remind everyone this is a mean season that we're in politics, and I think we've seen a lot of things going on, particularly on social media with national politics or state politics. And I would just ask everyone to be kind, assume good intentions of those around you, and it's okay to have a difference of opinion. It doesn't mean that the people need to be your enemy. So I really do want to encourage that out there. We are a nation of diversity, and we have a lot of different opinions, and we all need to respect each other's opinions. May not have to agree with them, but I think we respect the right to speak. And lastly, I got my flu shot today. So I think this is going to help everybody with our dealing with our COVID-19. So I would encourage everyone to get your flu shots. All right. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. I'm finished. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Loctasa. And now we get to hear from our new student board member, Vanessa Orozco. Vanessa, do you have any comments to make?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. I would really like to take the time to thank the board, the whole board, for this amazing opportunity and learning experience. Words cannot express how excited and honored I am to be a student board member this year. I also wanted to take the time to thank all our RUSD staff for the unconditional support and time during these times. I have firsthand seen all the time and effort the teachers, staff, educational leaders have inputted so that our education continues. And I would like to personally introduce myself. My name is Vanessa Orozco, and I'm a proud senior at the Riverside STEM Academy. And as a student board member, I will, to the best of my ability, represent and serve all the students of RUSD. My fellow board members and I are already coming together to brainstorm ideas to do so. And I'm looking forward to starting my turn today and hearing everyone's presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will echo Mr. Hunt's comments that he and I had a lot of fun interviewing all of our student board member applicants, and we are very proud of Vanessa and Ria and Micah, and I think they'll be a very shining example for the whole year. So thank you and welcome. And now we are going to go to our public input. And I will ask Ms. Rena Frosto if she would like to take over reading those or lining up those who are in the queue.
Thank you. We do not have anyone who has requested to speak for public input at this time.
Well, that is something new. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Then we'll move on to our district group reports, and we will start with Ms. Laura Bowling, President of the Riverside City Teachers Association, RCTA. Laura?
Good evening, Board President, Mrs. Alavi, Dr. Hanson, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Laura Bowling, and I have the honor of serving as president to the almost 1,900 members of Riverside City Teachers Association. I have always known my RUSD colleagues were amazing, but after witnessing how they have overcome the many challenges starting the 2021 school year, they are now superheroes in my eyes. Teachers in all three programs have adjusted to instruction in an entirely new way and have been spending long days, nights, and weekends preparing and planning while dealing with technology issues and oversized class sizes. In some cases, teachers have found out what grade level or subject they were teaching the Friday before school began, leaving very little time to prepare as a result of three programs being implemented simultaneously. Staff in all three programs are spread thin, and some teachers are being asked to teach they have never taught before. Our counselors and student advisors are working tremendous hours creating schedules for students in the three district programs and balancing classes. Our special education providers, speech and language pathologists, and psychologists are working hard to connect with and support and serve students in an environment that makes doing so extremely challenging. Our teachers on special assignment are providing support and creating materials to help provide the quality education our RUSD families have come to expect. From the librarians to the nurses and all other positions I'm unable to name because of time limitations, every one of our certificated staff have been working diligently to give their students what they need to continue learning this year. These dedicated professionals have been working tirelessly, but they are tired. They are exhausted and overwhelmed and frustrated to the point of tears, yet they are showing up to do the work day after day because they know their students need them. They deserve to be commended for all they have done and continue to do so. While I have great concern for the mental well-being of our RCTA members, I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to speak my concern for their physical health and safety as well. Since Riverside County has opened up the possibility of a waiver to return to in-person instruction for TK6, I have been receiving many concerned calls and emails from our elementary staff. Teaching in distance learning, virtual mode, is a lot of additional work, and teachers must miss being in the classroom with their students. However, rushing to a return to in-person instructions while the number of Riverside County COVID-19 cases still has us on the number of Riverside, watch list is a dangerous proposition. The health and safety of our students and staff must be at the forefront of every decision this board makes. There are many considerations and concerns when contemplating a return to school. How do you get TK students to keep a mask on and not share items? How do you enforce young students' social distancing during recess or lunch? How do we protect our medically significant special education students who are already vulnerable? What happens when teachers are exposed and need to quarantine to become ill? We already have a substitute shortage in ordinary times. Current conditions will only exacerbate this problem. What happens if there's an outbreak and schools need to be shut down again? How will this disruption affect student learning? We want to return to our school sites, but only when it's safe and responsible to do so. I implore you to not put the lives of our students, staff, and their families in jeopardy. Additionally, I would also ask the board to look at the materials being provided to students. Our elementary students can access their textbooks virtually, but that means more screen time for students who are already spending hours a day in online instruction. For emerging and young readers, having a hard copy of the text is far better than a digital copy. Accessing the digital copy is not always easy for the students or parents, and valuable instruction time is lost every day as teachers help them access the material and find the correct page. For the sake of equity and better learning conditions, please provide hard copies of elementary anthologies and textbooks to all students in the district. Lastly, I will leave you with this. Since I started this new position a short while ago, I had 3 certain words that kept running through my head as I did my best to help those I represent. I have adopted those 3 words as my theme for this year. They are grace, creativity, and empathy. I think all members of this community can utilize and embrace each of those words. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bowling. We appreciate it. We're glad to have you as part of the team.
Thank you.
And now we will, well, let's see. Before we introduce Mr. Michael Gull from RASM, let's, well, no, let's do that next. I'm sorry. Let's have Mr. Michael Gull, President of the Riverside Association of School Managers Association, speaking to give a report.
Thank you, President Alavi. Members of the board, members of cabinet, President Alavi, and a welcome to Ms. Orozco, Ms. Mistry, and Mr. Daly White as new members of the board. Congratulations on your appointments. Thank you for the opportunity to share some of the recent activities of the recent Riverside Association of School Managers, as well as to celebrate an opportunity and commend the efforts of our managers, confidentials, classified employees, our unions, teachers, parent community, and students over the past few months under the realities of COVID-19. Though we as a district have been presented with numerous challenges, collectively our efforts have allowed us to accomplish some wonderful things academically. Since my last report to the board in March of 2020 with the initiation of the COVID-19 parameters, RASM has needed to limit its face-to-face activities in alignment with precautionary safety for our membership and the community. Although our professional development initiatives and social networking activities have needed to be placed on hold, we've continued to move forward with measures to assist with the growth of our association, the celebration of its membership, and the recognition of our students. In May of 2020, through Mrs. Martin, you were presented with 2 celebratory video segments. One, celebrating the annual RASM Managers of the Year, where our association bestowed recognition on the significant contributions of 14 of our RUSD classified and certificated managers, as well as confidentials. The other video segment contained the recipients of our annual RASM Student Scholarship, where we awarded and celebrated the academic accomplishments of 6 students who each received $500 to pursue the dreams of higher education. Following our manager and student celebrations, the association in June participated in RUSD's Leadership Symposium, where our managers and confidentials continued their academic exploration on the topic of equity. Our association contributed to the symposium by providing a little light entertainment to our manager and membership as a reward for their hard efforts and hard work during Q4 under COVID-19, where musical recording artist Brian Vander Ark joined everyone and shared his personal story about learning how to pivot and adapt to a changing world. In addition to sharing his struggles and life lessons, he performed songs from his vast catalog of hits, both as a solo artist and a founding member of the band The Verve Pipe. Also, as part of the symposium, we rolled out our new dues platform, where our executive board was able to work with both RUSD and RCOE to construct a payroll deduction monthly for the collection of its dues. This new format was rolled out in the July and August pay periods and has gone very well and added to the success of our operations. In closing, as we look forward for RASM and our board to return to its normal activities as conditions improve, we have a lot of ideas and professional growth opportunities we wish to explore to the benefits of our membership and the educational community at large. However, without question, our entire educational community and its stakeholders should be commended for the efforts of the last 5 months. Board members, executive cabinets, managers, confidentials, classified, unions, teachers, volunteers, our parent community, and certainly our students have all worked feverishly to complete some monumental tasks under distance learning, inclusive of drive-through device distributions, meal distributions, hold harmless curriculum implementation and development, drive-through graduations and promotional ceremonies, online virtual school, online extended school year, enrichment activities, textbook collections and distributions in extreme heat, and the rollout of a school year utilizing 3 distinct different program models for the benefits of our students. Though our district continues to face challenges, the voices of our stakeholders are allowed to be heard and decisions are being made with the intentions of our students and their enduring success, both academically and as a measure of equity. As I reflect on these past few months, I can't help but realize how far we've come as a district. It makes our board and members recall the words of first Mother Teresa, who said, "You can do what I cannot do. I can do what you cannot do. Together, we can do great things." And secondly, the African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Thinking of both these statements, our board wishes to leave all stakeholders to ponder those thoughts as we continue to move forward into 20 and 21 school year together. We're all in this together, and we can address those needs of our students together. Individually, we are but a drop, but together we can be an ocean. As always, thank you for allowing me to share some of the thoughts tonight on behalf of RASM, and thank you for everyone on behalf of our students. Have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you, Mr. Gull. It's always nice to hear what's going on in RASM. We appreciate it very much. And now we are going to, before we go on to the next report, we are going to open the queue for consent items K1 through K15. So if you are part of the public and you wish to speak on any one of those topics, now is the time. Mrs. Rena Froster will give you the instructions.
Thank you. If you are a member of the public who has joined the Zoom call today to comment on consent items K1 through K15, you may now enter the queue by using the raised hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open for those wishing to speak on consent items K1 through K15. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have a special report by Ms. Jessica Shields, President of the African American Parent Advisory Committee, which is APAC. She is giving us a little bit of a parent's perspective, and so has been granted a longer period of time to share those perspectives with us. Mrs. Shields?
Hello and good evening, Board President Kathy Alavey, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Hanson. Thank you for the opportunity to report out on behalf of the District African American Parent Advisory Council, now known as DAPAC. We are preparing for our first DAPAC meeting of the year, which will be on Tuesday, September 8th at 6 p.m. virtually. We are also very excited to be able to reach parents who in many cases could not attend in-person meetings due to conflicts with scheduling, timing, and/or transportation issues. So we anticipate that the virtual platform will afford more parents the opportunity to get involved. DAPAC also has discussed moving towards an APAC school cluster model in which more area-specific needs are met. But at this time, we have decided to hold off on making that change until next school year. Because there's so much uncertainty and change right now, we want it to be very strategic in what we do, especially with incurring more change and therefore having decided to revisit the cluster model for the 21-22 school year. Now, in regards to distance learning, I was able to gather some data of my own from parents across programs, all programs, whether the parents are affiliated with DAPAC or not, and I asked the following questions. What's working? What are the challenges? And what is still missing? Here's the breakdown from what was said. So we have high school, what's working? In general, teachers are doing an amazing job with the in-person sessions. Parents like the block schedule, the time with live instruction and time to work, and still have time to access teachers and classmates is very helpful. The flexibility of being home ensures safety from COVID exposure and has other benefits as well. Teachers are working hard and are helpful, and even textbook pickups went very well. So that's what's working in high school. Some of the challenges from the high school level from the parents I spoke with include some teachers are not listing assignments where they are visible within the Google Classroom platform. Sometimes assignments might be listed under the comment section or listed on another platform altogether. So it's really difficult to keep track of what's being assigned that way, especially when the child needs more support with organization. Also, at the same time, some teachers are putting too much under the classwork tab, even when it's general information like bell schedules and such, and it really can be overwhelming for parents. Information really should be categorized and streamlined. The virtual program is felt to be subpar because it has no offerings in certain areas. So for example, show choir, African American or Latin American studies was not an option. Parents were told that their children would not miss out by choosing the virtual program, but there didn't appear to be a real plan to ensure this, especially when it comes to site-specific classes like those mentioned above. For this reason, one parent felt that she had to switch to the hybrid program where a large variety of course offerings were available. This shouldn't be the case. And so parents are willing to fight the in-person battle when it comes to ensure that their children have the best options for education and enrichment, and while keeping safety as the number one priority as defined by the family. Some schools are struggling with response times from teachers and counselors. Parents have also expressed concerns with grading inequities. With some teachers, students' grades are being negatively affected if they don't turn on their cameras. And so points might be taken off for this. With that, there's no privacy issue. There's no privacy, and that becomes an issue requiring the camera to be on. And also, this type of grading doesn't connect with skills mastery. What's still missing, and this is again high school, some parents are feeling that family engagement is non-existent. Parents feel at least a weekly email survey from the teachers or even the school would be great. The virtual environment requires more communication with families. Social connection from peer to peer is still missing. Maybe teachers could incorporate this more into their live sessions or breakout sessions. Recorded live sessions or pre-recorded direct instruction for students to refer back to in case technology goes down or in the case that they have emergency will be a great option. And also, our parents of African American students have asked to see more support, both academically and social emotionally. What works in middle school? So listening to parents who have middle schoolers, communication with teachers is good, helpful to know what's going on with assignments and due dates. The engagement is definitely a lot better than in the spring. And for them, the ones that reported to me, the technology was working fine. Some of the challenges with having middle schoolers or with the middle school programs, some technology issues are still being reported. Some students are less enthusiastic about the virtual school compared to when they were in person, and some students really miss that in-person interaction. The teaching without textbooks is a problem, especially for math. So we know they have workbooks, but there are no actual textbooks. This was a common challenge across the board. Not having textbooks makes it difficult for parents to support what was taught. The communication between parents and teachers, for some, still is a challenge. It would be nice for Wednesdays to be a day that is completely asynchronous so that teachers have time to spend reaching out to parents and families. Navigating multiple platforms outside of Google is a struggle, trying to find directions for assignments that are due. Sometimes assignment directions are not very clear. They're not explicit enough when they're on a different platform, which causes the student to become frustrated and therefore impacting the entire family unit. Parents and students are likely to give up when this happens. Also, kicking children out of class for being chatty in the chat box or any other reasons, there has to be another way to discipline this type of behavior without kicking children out of the Google Meet. What is still missing? Textbooks at the middle school level, some more structure, and a predictable or consistent Google Classroom format for accessing information such as assignments, due dates, lectures, other supports. Communication with the teachers, student support, and parent training also were considered to be missing. A hard copy of weekly schedule or lesson plans would be very helpful. It is missing. It would give parents a snapshot of the week to come and also students with due dates, assignments, etc. Textbooks, again, that was mentioned to be missing, and better communication. And one parent said, when I ask a question, I would like an answer. So this parent obviously was not getting communicated with effectively. The ability to go back to review the lesson is a missing feature. So only some teachers do this, and it has been wonderful when they do, but parents are doing their very best to support their children and need resources like this to help out and reduce frustration. So I sense there is a lot of frustration with not knowing what to do, not knowing where to find things, not knowing when things are, where to turn things in, or being clear with instructions. So a lot of frustration and a lot of wanting to give up. For elementary school, what's working? It seems to be okay. There are little bugs here or there, but so far it's working well. The virtual human connection from the teacher and classmates is working to get that feeling of what you would feel in person. The teachers actually teaching concepts live and the students being able to get the support when needed has been helpful. And special needs teachers have been very flexible. So that's been working well at elementary level. Some of the challenges for elementary is having assignments posted in one place and not multiple places using various platforms. So that kept being a theme throughout all of the comments. Besides physical interactions, getting a good routine at home for a child to be working and making strides towards success is important. There is not a physical adult all the time to give that balance or to give that support. So that is typically a challenge. So that's why it's important for things to be very streamlined and easy to find and navigate. Again, it may be a little early to tell, but some students are placed with amazing teachers. And then some teachers may be struggling a little bit with their virtual platform or content or delivery. And so there are some people who say they have a great teacher, but their friends has a child whose teacher is maybe a substitute from out of state because the teacher went on leave. And so that's a very difficult transition for everyone involved. The long screen time and attention span of a young child, it becomes a challenge. And finding out that your child has been kicked out of a virtual class because they were not paying attention is problematic. Younger children do have a hard time logging back in when this happens, and they may be missing a lot of instruction. So it's important to connect with an adult if there's a problem, not just simply make a habit of kicking the kid out of class. What is still missing in elementary? Having someone home to guide and keep the kids on track while making strides. If available, the district should provide special support for families who need it, such as desk rental, optional seat rentals, etc., to provide students with a school feel at home. It's very hard to set up school as a priority when you're laying in your bed or sitting on the floor. Consistency with schedules and requiring the use of low-tech materials when things are digital is another missing component. There was a parent who has a preschool child. What's working? The short sessions and engagement, and some of the challenges with very, very young children. Sometimes the desire to work through digital platform is just not there, and there may be resistance because hands-on learning is much more preferred with much younger children. So a digital copy of this report will be provided to Dr. Hanson, Ms. Hill, and Dr. Lewis as a reference. However, we as DAPAC highly suggest that the district collect its own regularly scheduled surveys so that they can get results regarding distance learning, centered around these same three questions: what's working, what are the challenges, and what's still missing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate hearing the parents' perspective on those issues. And now I'd like to ask Ms. Rena Frosto, have there been any public comments for K1 through K15?
There are no public comments for K1 through K15 at this time.
Very much. So I'm going to call on our student board member, Vanessa Orozco, if she would like to make a motion regarding the consent agenda.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to approve consent calendar items K1 through K11, and with the exception of K12 through K15.
Thank you very much. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Is there any further board comments for items K1 through K11? Okay, then we will take a roll call vote, and I'll ask for Vanessa to do the first. Vanessa, say yay or nay, okay? Vanessa?
Yay.
Mr. Hunt?
Yay.
Mr. Lee?
Yay.
Dr. Farouk?
Yay.
Ms. Dawson?
Yes.
And I say yes, so that is unanimous. And thank you to Ms. Orozco for that. And now we will take items 12 through 15. Do I hear any motion from the board?
Motion to approve the remaining consent items.
Okay, and a second, Mr. Hunt?
Yes, and may I ask Mrs. Alavi, when after this vote, if you just explain to the audience why we split these two on the consent item for our new school board member, student school board member, I appreciate it.
Thank you for that.
Thank
Okay,
you, ma'am.
we're taking a vote now. Ms. Orozco cannot vote on this particular item because these are personnel items, and that is the one area in which she must step aside. In all other areas, she will be asked to join us in the vote. So Mr. Hunt?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
Ms. Dawson?
Yes.
And I say yes, so the items 12 through 15 pass. And I think I would like to take a quick break. We've been at it for a couple hours. I think we could all use a 10-minute break. So if everyone could just come back here at, let's just say 6:28. That would be very good. So let's take a short break and we will return. Thank you. See my thing. Okay.
It's 6:27, meeting until 6:28.
Mhm. There he is.
So good, isn't she?
Mhm. Okay. Hello, everybody. We're going to start the meeting again. We are now going to address some public hearings. And this first one, L1, is a public hearing to consider the learning continuity and attendance plan. That's sometimes referred to as the LCAP plan. It's one of the primary ways that we in the district get funded from the state of California. And to introduce this to us is Dr. Perez, Dr. Jacqueline Perez, who is our Assistant Superintendent of Equity, Access, and Community Engagement. Dr. Perez?
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi, and good evening, Dr. Hanson and the entire Board of Education, and a very extra special welcome to Ms. Orozco. Very nice to have you here. So I will be presenting, as the presentation gets loaded up, I will be presenting on the learning continuity and attendance plan. This serves as the first public hearing this evening, and we'll be asking for your approval on September 15th, so at the next board meeting. Also note that the full 35-page plan is posted to this agenda as well. So the plan will be submitted to the Riverside County Office of Education and will be posted to our website. But before I begin, I really do want to extend my appreciation to all of the staff who have contributed to creating this plan. The presentation and slide deck provide the highlights of the written plan itself. Adela Flores Bertrand, our Director of LCAP and Community Engagement, has been instrumental in actually producing the plan and coordinating stakeholder and staff input. So thank you, everyone. If at any point that you have any questions, please just let me know and we will, I'll pause. And all of Cabinet as well as myself are prepared to respond to any questions. So let us begin. If we can go to the next slide. Thank you. The 2020-2021 Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan.
Ms. Perez, I'm going to stop you for just a minute. I believe that we now need to open a queue up.
Yes, Mrs. Alavi.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. We now need to open the queue up for anyone who may wish to speak on the LCAP plan. And so go ahead, Ms. Rena Frosto, why don't you set that up?
Thank you. If you are a member of the public who has joined the Zoom call today to provide comment on the public hearing, agenda item L1 for the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan, you may now enter the queue by using the raised hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open for item L1, public hearing on the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize, Dr. Perez. Please start again.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Actually, this is a great place if we can get the next slide up. Perfect. This is a great place to begin. So the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan tells the story of how the board, the district, and school staff responded to the challenges of COVID at our most pivotal time in recent history. It memorializes the planning process underway for this current school year. This plan replaces the 2021 LCAP, but has the same components with a public hearing, board approval, and stakeholder input. Over the last few board meetings, we have been providing you with updates on all of these components that you see on the screen. And so this really is our complete plan, the story from March to now. So let us begin. Next slide, please. We made the unique decision compared to other districts by providing parents with choices for their children's education through the in-person, virtual, and home-based programs. This is in direct response to provide flexibility to our families and the multiple stressors in the pandemic that the pandemic has placed on our entire community. The home-based program gives our families an alternative to traditional classroom instruction and creates an individualized schedule for children. The RUSD virtual program provides students the opportunity to attend school in a 100% virtual environment. And the in-person program, which currently is starting in distance learning, is dictated by Senate Bill 98, which allows for instruction in which the student and instructor are in different locations. Next slide, please. The in-person program is still in distance learning, includes the following components. We have to ensure that we have connectivity to devices, connectivity and devices for every single student, that the instruction is content aligned to grade level standards, that the academic and other supports are designed to meet the needs of all students, that we have provisions set up for students with disabilities and for English language development for ELs, and that it has daily live instruction. Next slide, please. Devices and connectivity are paramount to ensuring that students have access to distance learning. To date, we have checked out 30,000 Chromebooks and are continuing to get hotspots. School sites continue to assess the needs of families and provide devices and hotspots as needed. The supply chain, because all schools, most schools and districts are in distance learning, supply chain has been the limiting factor for us in order for us to receive the hotspots to be able to dole out to our families. One of our existing partners, School to Home, which with the California Emerging Technology Fund, has assisted in working to remove the data cap with Sprint on our hotspots. And they're continuing to do that with all other service providers. We're also in conversation with the City of Riverside in helping with hotspots, as well as the Riverside County Office of Education to continue to support with connectivity in our families. Additionally, our staff is ensuring that families have access to technology training, both delivering trainings in English and in Spanish, from learning how to use the device itself to navigating the applications on the Chromebook and being able to monitor assignments. Just this week, we will be hosting a family webinar on Thursday from 10 to 11 a.m. and 5:30 to 6:30. And again, these are in Spanish and in English to provide more support to families on how to use the devices. Thanks, you can go to the next slide. We're also following state guidelines for tracking and monitoring daily participation. Our district is required to maintain student participation or attendance records for audit purposes to assess student progress and maintain the integrity of instruction during distance learning. So we created our 2 sets of schedules for elementary and high school that meet the instruction, elementary and secondary, middle school and high school, that meet the instructional minutes requirements as outlined by Senate Bill 98. So Senate Bill 98, due to COVID, really changed how we take attendance. So not only do we document daily participation by students, as you can see how that is defined, we complete a weekly engagement report by class, and we offer daily live instruction. This daily live instruction is defined as the instruction. It's also intended for progress monitoring, as well as maintaining school connectedness. Daily participation can be fulfilled by participation in online activities, completion of assignments, completion of assessments, and contact between staff and students and parents. So in order for us to intervene when students may not be participating, we have a tiered approach, and this is a component that all districts are required to implement. As you can see, it's 3 tiers. Tier 1, universal. This is if a student misses 1 day, then we contact the family via phone, text, and email from the school site. Tier 2, personalized. This is missing 2 to 3 days, and there are check-ins, again, from the school site to back out to the families to check in, and there's a site engagement team who will rally around this work. And lastly, the tier 3 intensive, that is if students are missing 4 days or more. And then there are check-ins with the families. We're able to send them letters, possibly home visits, as well as we'll trigger the response for SARB and working with pupil services to conduct a child welfare and attendance investigation. Thank you. Next slide. And so with our professional development, we have shared updates over the last few months on progress. So when we first underwent school closures, our staff had access, our certificate staff had access to distance learning through our professional development platform with the necessary training on how to teach virtually. Additionally, they received Google Classroom shells with populated content. So they were able to pull ready-made. Right before the 2021 school year began, then we were able to offer more robust professional development from topics around distance learning and teaching virtually to health and safety. Teachers, certificated and classified staff have options for choice modules. And in our upcoming presentation next in 2 weeks, I will be going a little bit more in depth that we're very excited to be able to provide modules for all of our staff around cultural proficiency and implicit bias. And I'll go a little bit more in depth at that time. Go to the next slide, please. So in supporting our students with unique needs, that includes our English learners, students with disabilities, students in foster care, and students experiencing homelessness. We recognize that it is our more disenfranchised students who require additional supports. So I want to highlight some of the work that we're doing with English learners, students with disabilities, and our foster homeless students. With students with disabilities, at our core is making sure we have equity, that all students have access to engaging and grade level content. So a highlight and a really huge bright spot is the collaboration that we're working on between teachers and providers. So between special ed teachers as well as special ed behavioral providers with families. So it's been in this distance learning that they have been able to collaborate more and work with each other to really meet the needs of the students. With our, another key part that is a highlight for our students with disabilities is the collaboration between the district and our teacher association and our RCTA. They hold collaboration meetings and work groups around remote best practices, remote assessments, and ensuring that we're providing access to the least restrictive environment. With our English learners, and there have been a lot of lessons learned here. So during distance learning in springtime from March to May, the ELA and ELD team provided teachers with 6 weeks of daily lesson plans that strategically target strategies and tools for English learners. These included Rosetta Stone for newcomers, tutoring supports, in-class visuals, and scaffolding activities that they can access. However, from experiencing in the spring, some students did not, our English learners either did not engage or they didn't participate towards the end. That was the time for us to really rally around what are we going to do for opening of schools. So one key piece was recognizing for our newcomers that this Rosetta Stone Aura program, there's another feature to that that is truly aligned to ELD standards, and that is up and running and out with our students. The hard thing in distance learning for our English learners is needing that productive engagement for language acquisition. So what the team is working on is ensuring that our teachers have the skills to be able to deliver integrated ELD and really support language acquisition all throughout their time in distance learning, providing them with professional development, and also supporting them in using curriculum embedded assessments. Some of the tools that we have for our long-term English learners is StudySync, as well as some more digital tools. But our students, especially our English learners, are in need for all these additional supports that we're able to provide. If you can go to the next slide. So pupil learning loss is another component that we are reporting on. So not just our vulnerable populations are impacted by COVID-19, but all students are impacted by learning loss and school closures. So in order to mitigate this learning loss, the following research-based elements are the focus for moving through the school year in distance learning and key elements for the guide for instructional direction. Again, all of this is really based on high quality first instruction. That absolutely is the biggest strength that our teachers and our staff can provide to students during this time, albeit distance and virtually. So be able to teach grade level content and standards with instructional rigor. So it mirrors as much as close as possible when we were in person. That we focus on the depth of instruction. So rather than going quickly and pace, but going much more in depth into standards. And prioritizing content and learning. This really is an equity issue to make sure every single student has access to grade level standards in really high quality instruction. A key piece is also equity inclusion. So meet the students where they're at with the assets that they bring to the classroom and to school. The other big piece that we are working through is identifying those gaps in learning. And so with this approach is, and I think the challenge that a lot of our staff and students are experiencing is that right now it is challenging to work in distance learning. So there is the time to focus on the physical and well-being of the child, but also a time for our staff to be able to use formative assessments or curriculum embedded assessments or the touch points that we're seeing daily to be able to monitor the progress of students. And so this is still the work of our district office teams to continue looking through and how we can support teachers in developing those formative assessments so that they have an accurate sense of where students are progressing and or to mitigate that learning loss. Go on to the next slide. So even prior to school closures, the social emotional well-being of our students has been a priority for the district and for our families. We've continued to focus on this priority, and we've shifted how we have delivered the support. As in previous COVID presentation updates, we have continued to provide the support as it's become much more important now with the constraints of living in a pandemic and working virtually. So in family engagement, we have shifted our services to virtual and telephonic supports, which connect families to health counseling and basic needs and resources out in the community. Our student assistance program are diligently working with students and have expanded services by providing lessons through the social emotional playbook of support so that teachers can also provide some check-ins with their students. School psychologists continue to support. They are trained in trauma-informed practices and can provide that support directly to students and support families and schools. Another key piece is partnering with the community. The neighborhood learning centers is a testament to that, and where we can make those connections with community partners, as well as crafting a safe space for students to work. So I wanted to share just a couple of examples from our SAP counselors in their work and how they're making a difference. One of our SAP counselors was in a classroom delivering a lesson and also sharing a virtual wellness center and what that looked like. And one student happened to ask a lot of questions around suicide prevention. So that was a cue for her. She followed up with the student and the parent, and the student shared that it's actually a friend that they were asking for. So the SAP counselor was then immediately was able to connect with the friend of the student and the parent, as well as conduct a risk assessment and get the supports that they need. So being able to push in SAP counselors, especially during this time, has been really important. Next slide, please. So as stated previously, all of the supports that we're providing, this is a huge component, and also with some of our comments this earlier in the board meeting. So our communication systems continue to be refined as we're really exploring best practices on how to reach families. Devices and connectivity in itself poses a challenge. So how do we make those connections back to families, but also how do we work around that when families do not have that, and that we are able to at least connect and get the resources that they need. Community partners, again, this is the beauty of Riverside and how invested the city is with us and all of the city partners. So our parent leaders, NAACP, Latino Network, LULAC, our partners at UCR have been really helpful in bringing some of these things together. As I shared, neighborhood learning centers, just again, this is an equity piece to make sure that our students have access to a safe place to do work. Our tiered re-engagement strategies, and as we progress through the school year, are going to be really important in how our staff are able to navigate that and reach back out to families to reconnect students into classrooms, as well as social emotional supports, as I shared in the previous slide. So go ahead to the next slide. Here's the piece that has always been exemplary through the summer. So this is a large part of making sure that we're able to feed our students during this time, and we continue to do so. We have a drive-through curbside pickup process that has been used this entire time. And actually, if you don't mind, Ms. Kakish, can you unmute, because I think there's some other key information to share.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Hansen and community and all of our audience. We're proud to announce that the USDA had announced that they are going to honor the waivers, which means for our students, we'll be able to provide free meals for all of our students that are going to participate in the meal participation. So we still need them to participate. We also still need them to fill out the applications if they can for income verifications, and that will help us get funding from the state. But at the federal level, we've been honored the waivers, so that's really good news.
Thank you, Ms. Kakish. Thank you. We go to the next slide. So our additional actions are targeting support and best practices for our student populations throughout distance learning. This includes providing a high quality instructional program that includes these components. So curriculum selection, ensuring that teachers have the tools that they need to deliver instruction, as well as supporting assessments so that we can track progress. Instructional technology is going to continue to be a big concern for us. Is one, ensuring that our families are connected, but also making sure those hotspots are accessible to the families who need them, and still continuing working through that communication gap. And especially this last piece is providing expanded learning opportunities. So tutoring, additional people who can have touch points with students to provide supports to them. Those are continued additional actions that we are going to be focusing on for our most vulnerable students. Go ahead to the next slide. So this plan, all of the plan was really put together with the stakeholder feedback. As I shared, this is similar to the LCAP process where we do need it. And it was, although this was a very, very short period of time to put this plan together, we were able to get feedback from our different stakeholder groups. So not only were we able to look at the surveys that were provided to families at the start of school closures, we got feedback from all of our action teams, our 250 community and parent and staff members who helped create the opening plan and how we opened up schools. But we were also able to meet with parent groups, community leaders, and LCAP advisory committee. So we met with DLAC, our District English Learner Advisory Committee, with APAC, our African American Parent Advisory Committee, our GDAC, our District Advisory Committee for Gifted Students, Riverside Parent Teacher Association, RPTA, parents, administrators, classified and certificated members, and some of our community members. We were able to get some feedback from our city manager, other parent leaders, our UCR and Cal Baptist partners, representatives from the mayor's office, to be able to provide us this input. And what you see here are the most common themes that we saw from the stakeholder groups. Loud and clear, what are we doing with our English learners and how do we provide as many supports, instructional supports and social emotional supports for our English learners. Big piece is technology classes for parents. Our parents it's a spectrum of proficiencies with technology and with the devices and applications that our students are using. So being able to open that up and training for our families. Access to devices and connectivity. This is continuing to be priority for us to make sure that our students are connected. Professional development for teachers. We're all working in a condition that is unlike any other time, and we've heard it from our speakers too. So how do we continue to support and give the professional learning to our certificated staff to work with students? And lastly, and certainly not least, is continuing the social and emotional support for students and families is hugely important for us to continue to do so. So the budget implications here have delineate the broad dollar amounts from their coronavirus aid, relief, and economic security. So the CARES Act through learning loss mitigation. So we have 35 million there. Elementary and secondary school emergency relief with 8 million, as well as Senate Bill 117. This was passed in 2019-20 as a part of the state's general fund to provide emergency relief to students for maintaining nutrition services, cleaning and disinfecting facilities, PPE and materials necessary to provide students with distance learning. So this total amount, 44 million, along with unrestricted and restricted general funds, will be used for the ongoing cleaning with PPE, everything that is needed for distance learning. In 2019-20, the funds were used for PPE materials, distance learning support, as well as summer programs. And the majority of the remaining funds must be used by 2022 and will be used to support the ongoing efforts of the plan, of this learning continuity and attendance plan, as well as ongoing maintenance, cleaning, and PPE. So with that, since I just wanted to share the journey and the story of our staff. It is a challenge, and just so many kudos to our teachers, our counselors, our principals who are working directly with our families to open up access to them. So at that point, I'd like to open up to questions and comments.
Ms. Lock-Dawson, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Alabi. Thank you, Dr. Prez. That's a really enlightening report. I know it's going to be changing as we move forward too, but just shows our commitment to our students. I have got a couple questions that I've heard from a couple parents, so hopefully you can help answer. So one is the potential inequity presented to us by distribution of books. Some programs have actual hard copy books, some have, and this was back to Mrs. Shields' comment as well, some just have electronic books, and I do think it's an equity question. So can you speak to that at all?
I would be remiss if I immediately provided an answer. So I do know my team has also, my fellow cabinet members were taking notes during that time so that we can assess where the distribution of resources are, so we can circle back and see where the gaps are. So I think we can provide a response at another time.
Okay, thanks, because I do think that's, you know, the kids are on the computer all day, the parents are on the computer all day. I think sometimes a book is a much needed break from that. So,
right.
And regarding the attendance taking, we've gotten several emails from some teachers who have concerns about not being able to see their students, being able to hear them, and then does that count, and does it count, and some other things. So I'm curious if you can speak to that as well.
That's a work in progress. I also know that our team is working together with the student information system also to try and make it easiest to track that attendance. But with the 2 points on not being able to see students visually, some strategies around that is to at least students can check in. It becomes an equity issue if for students not to feel put upon or imposed upon, what if their background or if there's things that are happening out in where they're doing distance learning doesn't look like other students. So it becomes an equity issue to not make that mandatory so that students can still engage without the visual piece. But I know that that is a preference for some of our teachers.
Yeah, and I know Ms. Shields sort of alluded to that when she was talking about the privacy issues some students really were grappling with the parents. So I get that. So again, another thing we're trying to balance there. So, all right. Thank you, Dr. Perez. I appreciate it, and keeping us updated going forward. Thanks.
Thank you.
You're muted, Mrs. Alavi.
Sorry. I'm going to ask the board that we should take public comments first.
Mr.
No
Lee.
question, Mrs. Alavi.
I was going to take public comments first and then circle back to you, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Rena Frosto, have there been any requests submitted for public comment on the LCAP plan?
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. There are no comments in the queue right now for the continuity plan or the public hearing. So at this time, we will now open the queue for action item M1. If you are a member of the public who has joined the Zoom call today to provide comment on the agenda item M1, extra and co-curricular reopening plan and COVID-19 update, you may now enter the queue by using the raise hand function if you are logging in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is now open for item M1, extra and co-curricular reopening plan and COVID-19 update. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, now your question, please.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. So my question was similar to Mrs. Lock-Dawson and the distribution of materials and consumables, books, all those things. And I know that there were some that were site specific and kind of gave the discretion to the site on whether or not they were going to allow distribution of non-consumable books and consumable books. I think more than non-consumable parts. So yeah, if we can get a little bit more information on that, just to ensure that we're providing equal access to all of our school sites. So it doesn't matter where you go to school, you get the same access to the materials. And then two, and I know that the RCTA President Bowling brought this up, and I've heard this from teachers, parents, and at my household as well. As teachers are trying to work through a book, they can't reference a specific page of where their kids are. So, you know, if we have a question on our end as a parent, hey, on 29, I don't understand. Teachers don't know what's on page 29 because they don't have the same book. So I realize that that's probably an expense issue because you got to buy. I heard we have almost 1,900 teachers, so I would imagine that's at least 1,900 books. So I understand the expense thing. However, I just don't understand how that gap is met when kids are in session. I don't know if a teacher just looks over a student's shoulder or how that works. But it seems to me that that would be pretty important for the students and the teachers to be literally on the same page when it comes to the book. So just would like some insight on staff on that. And if it is a resource issue, if there is money in that CARES Act to be able to provide additional materials so students have the same, but the teachers have the same book as the students. So those were my two issues.
Thank you.
Dr. Farouk.
Thank you, President Alvey. So I have a few questions, and I really just want to commend the team, the extent of input from stakeholders. I know it's required, obviously, to focus on our students in greatest need, but I think our commitment to going beyond what's expected and really trying to do the spirit of what's required is really, again, commendable by our staff. So my one comment I do have, though, is I know that obviously APAC and Jessica Shields is an important ongoing partner in everything that's going on, but I hope that all of the culmination of everything that she shared, that this wasn't the first time that it was being expressed, maybe just to put it into the public consciousness, but those are really good feedback from her, so I appreciate that. My first question is regarding our homeless population. I know that in general, if people are expected to self-identify as homeless, that there's sometimes throughout the course of a school day or a school year, there's different instances where it becomes apparent that a child is potentially homeless, and so it could be flagged by different people and then provided that support. In a virtual, in a distance learning environment, obviously I'm assuming it would be much harder to identify those students if they are not willing to proactively share that. So I'm curious if there's any efforts that we're doing to better assess the extent of need we have beyond the students that already had identified prior to the crisis. And then also related to that, we know that, that homelessness is, there's an unsheltered homeless population, and then there's people that don't have stability and housing component. Obviously, the unsheltered student population, even though, again, we have a commitment with the city and our faith-based community and our stakeholders to house them immediately. In general, we make an effort to do that. But I think, again, with the pandemic, even in those instances, those students oftentimes were still physically going to school even while they were going through these transitions. I can't imagine how you can distance learn if you're an unsheltered student, right now, living out of your car or something like that. So both of those things, I just am curious to see. I know that presents extraordinary challenges on how to address that, but I just want to get a sense if how staff is approaching those kinds of issues.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. So your two, I just want to recap. So asking how are we identifying students experiencing homelessness during this time? And so I'll actually defer to Mr. Walker on some of the procedures that they're implementing out of pupil services.
Dr. Farouk, we have a comprehensive team that works within the Pupil Services Department. Chris Sewell is our Child Welfare and Attendance Coordinator, as well as the Homeless Liaison throughout the Riverside City, and collaborates with our local shelters, our other opportunities and services for our homeless population. He and Ozzy work with the local hotels and motels, the shelters, and provide for the students who are brought to our attention to ensure that they are quickly enrolled in the district, that they are provided with supports, that they are referred for housing, and they also go out into the community and seek out students who may otherwise appear not to be living in a sheltered environment, or living in a home or in a safe place. So they'll be looking for students who may be in cars that look like they are parked for multiple days. So our outreach with the city, with the county, with our local providers for the homeless in Riverside is pretty extensive. And as you know, we also have a dedicated SAP counselor who's a social worker who works with all the other SAP counselors to support and to identify the homeless and to get in place those supports which will provide them with positive experiences in the school environment.
Thank you. And I think obviously besides the public health aspect, the economic impact, even more families are going to be displaced than under normal circumstances. So I think that's an area to pay attention to. My next question is regarding the quality of engagement in distance learning. Again, my understanding based on SB 98, and you alluded to this, Dr. Perez, is that right now we're just tracking this basically as a function of attendance. And attendance is a very loose threshold of just having one interaction, basically. My question is, it's obviously would be relevant for the district to get a sense of what is the real quality of the engagement that's happening with respect to distance learning so that we can provide appropriate professional development and support for our teachers to, assist them to identify what the challenges are. My understanding is that right now, only the teachers themselves individually are basically would be informally having an understanding of the quality of the engagement. Is there a way that we're trying to aggregate and have a broader sense of what that could be like and track it as a district as a whole?
Dr. Farouk, if I may, this is Renee. Do you mean aggregate the data for the daily participation in class or the quality of instruction in the classroom?
The latter.
Okay. So I have been working with my team there's several ways. One is each principal has an evaluator that works with them. Those evaluators will be doing some site visits and doing classroom visits. In our principals meetings, we have talked to principals about, if you use the term walking around the school, the virtual school, to visit classrooms, but more as a support for teachers so that they can feel the environment, see what's going on, offer supports in that. Dr. Hansen and I both have scheduled some rounds of site walkthroughs where we'll visit a number of classrooms on each classroom site. In addition, some of our instruction staff and other support people have offered help directly to teachers. One example I'll give you is this week, our professional growth systems team scheduled some office hours. I think they're doing them 3 times a week where they'll host 3 topics and teachers can join in on those 3 topics or get help on any topic that they want. They had some robust participation this week, just in their very first week.
Thank you. And my understanding is that in terms of the district, again, as a board, for us to be able to evaluate how successful our distance learning from students' achievement and so forth,
yes,
is going to be based on whenever the testing efforts happen, grading happens. I hope that there's some other way that we can also have a pulse on this issue, and that goes back to my earlier question, mainly because again, otherwise, again, I go back to professional development or board policy. It's harder for us to adjust and adapt on how we can help. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Obviously, yes, we're waiting for grading. So I know that you guys don't necessarily have the answers right now, but I hope, and I know it's a difficult challenge, but I hope that's something that we can try to work through for the benefit of our students.
Thank you. I failed to mention, Dr. Farouk, that of course board members are welcome to join. Dr. Hansen or I, we just finished our scheduling this week and they don't start for a while. So we'll be notifying the board when we learn how to virtually visit classrooms. And board members are definitely welcome to join should you like to. And the other part, like you said, it is, we have to find new ways in this virtual environment. But our conversation and principals meetings, you know, teachers are assessing student performance all the time. And we just encourage them to have some of those forms of assessment to be common among a grade level or a department, and then have some professional conversations around what the outcomes of those assessment means for their instruction.
That's fantastic. I know Trustee Hunt had indicated an interest in doing those virtual classroom tours also. So that's, we'll be stay tuned for that. One last question on my end is, I know that our former student board member, Michelle Buelos, who's at UC Berkeley right now, she's been volunteering and offering to help about tutoring and things like that. This, for me, brings up a broader issue about, I know that the issue has to do with vetting. We obviously need to protect the safety of our students, no question, in terms of who, you know, any people that will be interacting. That being said, if a lot of the funding that Dr. Perez mentioned is a one-time expense related to COVID-19, could it serve us well to use that component of that one-time expense on going through expanded vetting for potential volunteers of tutors, of whether it's college students or whomever. And you know, there's a lot of people that might be, you know, working from home or you know, unemployed, that they might have an interest in doing that as well. And we would basically be able to have a pool of expanded tutoring to provide support for our students during this time. And then after the pandemic is over, those people would have already gotten that orientation and vetting. And even if a huge chunk of them drop off in terms of interest or availability, we would still have something that could sustain itself and that doesn't have an ongoing overhead. Just putting that out there if that's something to consider.
Thank you. I'll take that up with Mrs. Kakish and Mrs. Ibarra.
Thank you, President Alvey. That's my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt, did you have any questions?
That's a good question, Mrs. Alvey, because I think when you follow our three learned colleagues that we just did, they hit most of them. So count me in on the books. I don't understand how we get away unless SB 98 remove the mandates that the Williams Act has with every child would have a book. I don't understand that, but yes, I agree with President Shields and RCTA President Bowling that we need to do that. I mean, I'm using mine instead of using electronics, so I think that is important. And thank you, Dr. Perez, for your outline here. Would you just help me? And equity for all students is very important. When we go to pupil and family engagement and outreach, could you just tell me a little bit about how you, and a good write-up, by the way, that follows this, but tiered engagement strategy, re-engagement strategies. Could you just talk a little bit about that, Dr. Perez? Thank you.
Sure. By the state, we are mandated to track weekly attendance. And so through that, which began September 1, so mandated to be able to start doing that this week. With those tiered engagement, that team is working on being able to, thank you for putting that back up.
Thank you.
It's a few slides back. Is based on the data that we're getting, so being able to track that weekly attendance, then that alerts the principal and team, the school site, to then begin making contacts back out into back to the families, and then proceed through. So it is a safety mechanism to be able to ensure that we're connecting with students. And I'm sure we will be providing more information as we get into it of being able to track that attendance on a weekly basis and being able to reach back out to families and students.
Well, thank you for that. I think we're going to, how often will this be an update for the board, Dr. Perez?
I can defer to Dr. Hanson and Ms. Tell as to the frequency of that.
It'll be at each board meeting, Mr. Hunt. It'll be included. You'll hear Dr. Lewis talk about it also in just a minute, but the board had requested a regular update on several topics, and that re-engagement is one of those repeating topics, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, ma'am. I would think, thank you, Chief Academic Officer Hill. I think that's obviously incumbent upon us for our community. And lastly, Dr. Farouk did, and thank you, Angela, did talk about, we somehow have to understand this is more than just education and the pandemic. There's an economic collapse going on in our country and in our local community. I was talking to Jim Fuson the other day. Jim's the general manager over at the Tyler Galleria, and we look like we may be losing 3 anchors, and then that affects everything. There's just a lot of problems out there. And then the social strife, which is going on. I think we have to look at this as a larger picture and make sure, look at the social, emotional, as we talked about here on that same page, and how that is affecting our children and the home life, because mom or dad or both may have lost their jobs. A mom sent me, and I'm going to go visit, a video of her little girl, 3 little girls, and all of them in a different class, sitting at one kitchen table up against the wall, 3 sides. And it's obviously very, very difficult. So, and I'm glad, I know Dr. Hansen's involved in a weekly summit with business leaders and government leaders. But we have to bring some of that in and understand it as we implement. But very pleased with what y'all are doing. Thank you. And thank you for the questions. I'm sure we'll have some later, but I'm looking forward, Ms. Hill, that we would be able to continue this. And I like the idea that Mr. Lee brought up about seeing if we can use some of those care funds. But again, I go back to the Williams Act, and I would think we'd have the books already, but I'll defer to y'all. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you. Since I don't hear anybody else, I'll go ahead and make a comment. I'm also kind of focused on this pupil participation page. I understand that SB 98 was an effort by the legislature to give us some needed flexibility, especially under these conditions. But I consider it the lowest possible bar for pupil participation. And I'm a little concerned because anecdotally, I'm hearing some really disturbing stories of families that are not able to cope right now. I heard one story about both parents working. 6th grader is home with Spanish-speaking grandma, logs in and then puts the picture up and never engages. And I've heard other stories how seniors are having to take care of their kindergarten siblings to the detriment of their own logging in for their own classrooms. When you hear stories like that, and you know that they're bound to happen all across our district. I mean, if you're hearing one, there'll be many of families that aren't being able to cope and get through this. You realize that this system of pupil participation is not really going to assure that we are mitigating learning loss. So I'm kind of concerned about that. I don't think that we should consider this the criteria, and I'm not sure what to do about that to make it a little bit more hefty. But when we talk about mitigating learning loss, and I'm looking down the road, I'm hoping that we'll be back in the classroom by the start of the next calendar year, at least on a hybrid basis. I'd like to know what we're going to do to catch these students up, because there's going to be a lot of percentage of kids, and I'm not so sure it shouldn't be in our LCAP plan, how we are going to catch our students up after we return to school. A special plan for that, because I know that's going to be needed. That's my concerns, and I'm just throwing it back to you. I know we all have concerns about all the other things that were mentioned, but those are mine. Anybody else would like to? Oh, Ms. Lock-Dawson.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. I agree with all of that. That's kind of what I've seen in our group of friends, and I know we've had tactics to prevent summer slide when school is in a normal year, but I don't think much of that is applicable right now. But I do think one of the hedges against that is reading, and reading really helps even with math. So reading and music instruction, I think, can be a huge hedge against some of that learning loss. So I'm not quite sure how we can incorporate more of that in, but I do think that's really important. This one last thing I forgot to mention in my comments, Mrs. Shields brought this up, and I'm hoping we can have a little more consistency about it, but teachers have different ways of posting the homework. Mrs. Shields talked about that. So some of them are putting in the comments, some of them are putting at the end of the class. And I think this has been a big struggle for, I know for my daughter, but one of the things I think that could just go a long way towards mitigating that is just having the teacher at the end of the class review what the assignment is for the next class. I mean, it's a really simple thing, but just to leave it up to the student to have to go find it in whatever way, shape, or form. I saw Vanessa shaking her head over there. I think it looks like that she may have experienced that as well with some of her teachers, and it's nobody's fault. It's just everybody's trying to do their best. But I think maybe if we could have some consistency on how assignments are given and where they appear, that would probably be helpful. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, I don't hear anybody else that needs to speak right now, so I think we're going to close the public hearing on the learning continuity and attendance plan. We can move on to our action calendar. And I'm going to ask Ms. Rena Frosto, have there been any requests submitted for public comment on action agenda item M1, which is the extra and co-curricular reopening plan and COVID-19 update?
Yes, Mrs. Alavi, we have 2 speakers. The first one, hold on one moment. The first one, speaker with the first 3 digits 892. You may go ahead and speak. You are unmuted. There we go.
Can you guys all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Sonia Allendar. I'm a parent of a child for RUSD at Ben Franklin, and I tried to public comment, but there were some issues earlier, and I'm here today just to ask. I previously called, I think, every one of you guys last week and left voicemails, also left voicemails for superintendents and their assistants, and I haven't heard back. And what I want to know is, A, why have you guys decided not to apply for any type of waiver that is now allowable within the county of Riverside? And 2, I'm here as a parent to tell you guys to ask to open schools back up. Previously, I came to your last in-person board meeting, and I was really upset to see some board members with their head in their hands during the meeting when they didn't want to make a decision. And unfortunately, you have to make tough decisions as board members. And is it going to take parents bringing their students down to these board meetings and having the students tell you what they need? These kids need to be back in school. They need to be learning and not being on a device. My son has an IEP. He needs to have in-person instruction. Sitting on a device all day doesn't work for him. Some kids can learn that way. That is great. That is not my child. And it is not, and unfortunately, you guys think that this is a one-size-fits-all deal, and it doesn't work that way. And as a parent, it is extremely frustrating to try to hassle with getting connection done, making sure that your internet is going to work every day at school and not have problems with the connection or problems with the apps crashing, and then worry about having to run around town to find locations where they can participate within their classroom. And the comments made earlier tonight on ways that they can improve are very true. And if only, I don't even think you guys understand the frustration that a lot of parents have trying to make sure that their kids can be successful in this atmosphere. And it's just not possible. My son has headaches every single day. he is frustrated. He is beaten down on what it will take for him to understand this. And then to add on, oh, I forgot, I have a job. I have work that I have to work around him trying to get an education. This is not equitable. This is not right. Our cases are down. You guys need to pull your big boy pants up and make the tough decision and allow for in-person. The Grove has been able to allow for in-person preschool during the whole COVID-19. And guess what? They haven't had any cases. My 4-year-old goes there every day. He wears a mask into school. He gets his temperature checked. He uses hand sanitizer. There's one way in, one way out. There's a way to do this. So figure it out and do it.
I'm sorry, Kirsten, we can't hear you.
Sorry, thank you.
I'm done. That's my comment. I mean, I don't really have anything more else to say. It's just very frustrating as a parent, and I do not believe that you guys are serving as the best interest for the students, and that's very frustrating. So,
thank you. Our next speaker, with the first 3 digits 943, you're unmuted. Go ahead and unmute.
hi, this is Sonia. I'm the same speaker, so I just wanted to make sure I didn't get cut off this time.
Hello, can you guys?
Yes, please go ahead. Speaker with the first 3 digits 943, you're unmuted. You may go ahead. Go ahead and try and unmute again. There we go.
There we go. It kept screaming at me. Okay. My name is Sherry Adair, and I want to echo the first parent that just spoke before me. I am so frustrated, and it is appalling that you guys send every family a letter on Friday night saying that attendance is vital, and also for our funding, when you guys aren't even providing full access. My child has an IEP. You guys have violated his rights since the day one school started by not implementing his individualized plan. I am beyond mad. I am working with the team. Everybody's trying their best. You guys need to open up the schools because this is unjust for the children that need help, and there is not help to be had. I hope that you guys consider opening the schools because kids cannot continue this way. Not too many years ago, it was unhealthy for children to be on screens so long. Now my kids are on screens for 6 hours, saying their butts hurt. They don't get to get up and walk around. It's ridiculous. And also, the Pledge of Allegiance needs to be said at the start of every school day. I'm done. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Mrs. Alavi, that concludes the speakers now for M1. We are going to go ahead and open the queue for action item M2. If you are a member of the public who has joined the Zoom call today to provide comment on the agenda item M2, certification of the 2019-20 unaudited financials, you may now enter the queue by using the raised hand function. If you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open for item M2, certification of the 2019-20 unaudited financials. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to those speakers. I now call on Dr. Ryan Lewis to give us the extra and co-curricular reopening plan with the COVID-19 update.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Good evening, Dr. Hanson, members of the board. I believe we're pulling up the presentation. Thanks for that, Jeff. Perfect, thank you. This evening, we're going to discuss 6 topics, and we're going to end with an action item regarding the extra and co-curricular activities. So on the next slide, you will see our 6 topics. We're going to discuss enrollment, pupil participation, tutoring, social emotional support, teacher professional development, school opening feedback, and then our reopening plan. On the next slide, we begin with just a brief enrollment overview. This has been talked about several times this evening, but just as a snapshot, we have about 15,000 students that have enrolled into our virtual program, representing 39% of our total enrollment, and about 23,000 or 58% in person, with about 1,000 or 3% that have remained in the home-based program. On the right, you will see a rough projection of our attendance data based on projections before we started the year and then once we did start the year. So we were down a little bit, about a little over 200 students, but please keep in mind as a board, this is also a transition time. So we have students who are enrolling and realizing that we have to be back in school, while we have other students who have moved on to other schools, and we are doing what's called an add drop process at the school site. So that is currently in process, but our attendance data and our demographics are represented on this slide. On the next slide, we'll talk about our daily attendance, and this has also been talked about this evening, but roughly you are correct when we look at live participation and also asynchronous or independent participation. And in-person and distance learning, we're averaging about 94% of our daily attendance. Virtual is nearly 97% with daily attendance. Our home base shows 80%, but please keep in mind this is a transitioning attendance taking measure based on SB 98. So we're continuing to work with our home-based program and our parents to make sure we're recording that attendance according to SB 98. So district-wide, we're about 95%. Also, this was discussed earlier, but our re-engagement priorities. Remember, for students who have not engaged at school for whatever reason, we do have school sites and a team reaching out to those families. We're also reaching out to students who have missed 60% or more, and that is done via home visits, phone calls, emails, message broadcasts, whatever is necessary to make sure we have those families connected. And while we're connecting, we're also trying to mitigate whatever is causing them not to be attendance, whether that's a device, a hotspot, or things of that nature. On the next slide is a brief overview of our tutoring plan. Remember, we have our Hearts in Prime Times programs. They are up and running at 23 sites as this presentation was created, and we've served nearly 750 students that are participating in after-school type of drop-in tutoring sessions. Even heard a success story from Emerson Hearts program, where we had a young student who was struggling in mathematics. Mom got him signed up with the drop-in tutoring, and every day since, that student has been there getting that support and now is finding much more success in the classroom. Another thing to remember at this time is AmeriCorps will be coming back later this month that will add another 85 tutors to 9 of our school sites that currently are served by Hearts in Prime Time. On the right side of the slide, you'll notice our DLI mentors. This is an idea that came from a board meeting or 2 ago, where we talked about partnering our high school students in our dual language immersion program with our elementary students that are from across the district. So things that we're looking for to collaborate is community service for our high school students, knowing how important that is, but also a gift of service back to young dual language immersion students who are just up and going, whether that be a kindergartner who's learning Spanish for the first time, or maybe a 2nd grader who's still working through English as a dual language immersion student. We do hope to have that up and running by the end of September or the beginning of October. The next slide, we talk about social emotional supports. This has been again mentioned at several presentations, but what we wanted to highlight again was our playbook. So this was created by the work of our SAP counselors, where we have resources for our teachers that they can use with their students anytime that is necessary, but definitely we have time at elementary school on Wednesdays where we have our social emotional check-in regardless of program, whether that be in person or virtual. And then at the secondary programs, teachers are using these during both office hours or one-on-one meetings to provide supports to students. Another thing you will notice within our school counselors, SAP counselors, or school psychologists, they're promoting students through emotional needs in many different ways. That provides that complementary system of support. So our SAP program did provide some numbers. They've received 160 referrals to date, and they've had 254 check-ins with students that they have been notified, both teachers or parents who need additional follow-up. And we know that our school counselors are working, as you've heard many times, around the clock with our students to make sure that they are successful and they are feeling supported in the transition to the programs that we are working through. The next slide, we'll talk about teacher professional development. What we'd like to highlight here are models 4 and 5. The two modules that teachers are still continuing become more choice-based. So 3 examples that you could be as a teacher choose to participate in could be engaging students with disabilities in a virtual setting, or they might choose to participate in teaching structured English in a virtual environment. What strategies do I need? Or as a teacher, I might choose to participate in tech tools or applications for music teachers. Lots of variety that teachers can self-select what they need to best meet their need. On the right-hand side, you'll see some additions that we've made. For example, the grade level content or shared drives. It was mentioned again, I believe at a board meeting, to create a place where teachers could provide or submit lessons that were successful, that they planned, they finished, and they wanted to share with their colleagues. So that repository is being built across our district by grade level, by program, and also by course. You also heard about specialist office hours, collaborative meetings, and through professional growth systems, how they're providing time for teachers to work with teachers to provide that support to one another. So we're very excited for that to continue to expand. The next slide, I believe Dr. Farouk, you spoke to this earlier when we talked about how do we provide that authentic feedback from families on their experience. And this is something that we are putting together. What you see before you is a timeline that our staff will be working through. So we'll start in September 4th. We have Dr. Yoho is leading, who is a researcher and statistician who's helping us with this effort along with Dr. Sosa. Those surveys are being crafted based on all the feedback you continue to hear, plus also collaboratives throughout the state. The timeline we will follow through with a very robust social media campaign, a school push out school message to our families, as well as email, text, phone calls, and all of our community partners. We will get those feedback from the board. We will have all of our surveys translated. And then that window will open September 16th through the 23rd, roughly barring no delays of our timeline. When that goes out, we will have that, again, social media push to make sure we get as many responses as possible. And that will be from students, families, our bargaining units, managers, teachers, and anybody else that we're able to identify through the process that we would like to receive input from. Those results will be coming back to the board in early to mid-October. As we transition to the next slide, this is our action item for the evening. What we're going to do is present an idea for the opening of extra and co-curricular activities as we have progressed throughout our state, and we are, as you'll see by the presentation, it is rapidly changing. So on the next slide, I'm bringing forward you work that has been put together by coaches, by our visual and performing arts teachers, our specialists, our administrators, our athletic directors, and our principals. So based on Mr. Walker's report, what you see was at the time the most current information, but this has recently changed. But the purpose here is to, within our state, we are slowly to permit activities. Things are slowly starting to open. Outdoor venues, outdoor dining, outdoor services, and youth and sport conditioning has been approved in both our state and our county. What you'll notice is that theme of outdoor. What is not permitted yet are indoor classrooms, indoor athletics, or gyms, large gatherings, or that person-to-person contact. So what we're bringing for you this evening is a concept to allow outdoor conditioning to begin in a very limited scope. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we, according to our plan, based on where we are asking to begin our return to play on stage 2. Stage 2 does allow 50 people or less to gather in a large outdoor space, and they will be in cohorts of 10 or less, and that cohort will remain the same during conditioning regardless of the sport or the activity. And you'll notice there are some parameters there. We will not be in locker rooms. We must maintain social distancing, no athlete-to-athlete contact or performer-to-performer contact, no shared equipment, and then we'll only be beginning with our fall sports and fall activity. As we progress into stage 3, as we closely monitor, we will bring that back to the board for consideration. On the bottom is just a few reminders of what we will continue to do with 6-foot distancing. Facial coverings are required on both entrance and exit, and then also taking students' temperatures, which I'll speak to in a second. Next slide, please. So if you recall, a few meetings ago, we brought the CIF recommendations for athletic adjustments. These are the sports and activities that have been moved to our winter season. Another important point here is most sports that have gender split seasons, for example, water polo that typically would have a boys and girls season at different times, based on the new sports seasons, those will be combined. So what we bring for your consideration are to begin cheer and dance, cross country, football, marching band, volleyball, and water polo. These are our immediate activities that will begin in winter if everything does progress as it currently is trending. These activities, again, in stage 2, just as a reminder, would be conditioning only. What conditioning would look like on the next slide to progress is number 1, coaching education. You'll see a timeline in a few slides that will clearly lay out how we'll be training our staff on protocols, identifying cohorts of groups, and our attendance system to ensure all of our participants are appropriately placed. Before any student can begin conditioning, you will see we'll take temperature checks, a system check, and then every student who is cleared to participate will be given a wristband to identify that they have been screened. And on the right, these are the restrictions. Nothing will exceed 2 hours. Everything will be after school to make sure that learning and instruction that is occurring both in person and virtual remains to take place before conditioning would happen. Groups of students, and then all faculty and adults will always remain in masks during this time, but athletes upon entrance and exit will wear a mask, but while they're there conditioning, they will be able to remove that. And again, just as a reminder, stage 2, it is outdoor only. Nothing will be allowed indoor. That will come in stage 3. We'll come back to the board for consideration. On the next slide, we'll exemplify some more safety precautions that are laid out in our plan. 1, hand sanitizer, mandatory, no spectators, there is no shared equipment. Students have the water bottles that have been provided by RUSD. They will be encouraged to bring their own. There will be no sharing of water containers. And again, social distancing of 6 feet while we're in this conditioning phase. The timeline on the next slide will lay out, if it's the pleasure of the board this evening to take action, we will begin all of the guidelines for return to play immediately starting tomorrow. Again, training coaches and everyone involved in the process for clearance, working through all of our community safety procedures and protocols. Especially important is the medical clinic, making sure we have a drive-through process for physicals for students, as well as the medical clearance that is also taking place. All of those will be uploaded in our athleticclearance.com, and all those directions will go out to families that they are familiar with. Starting in late September, we will begin practice times. This is, again, all of the work of the coaches, athletic directors, and administrators at the high schools. And then we will be prepared for an October 1 return to conditioning for the sports mentioned above. A question that was commonly asked on the next slide was the what if question. As we begin this process and we are welcoming participants back to condition, what occurs if we have students that are identified or adults that are identified that need to be removed? And just to reassure everyone, the document that was published on the 8th, and also based on the report you heard from Mr. Walker this evening, we will continue to follow all of the Riverside County health orders, as well as Dr. Kaiser, for how to handle those situations if they do come up, and following those, again, under the direction of Dr. Kaiser and Mr. Walker. More information can be found in the guide for anybody in the community who would like a detailed report. The next page, again, is more of a community viewer resource. If you are not familiar on the next slide, what is available? The National Athletic Trainer Association has come out with very clear guidelines. We, again, engage with the athletic trainers through our work as we have them at our school sites, as well as all the CIF, California Department of Public Health, and Riverside County Youth Sports information that has come out, and all of these reference those articles. This does conclude a brief report this evening, and we do respectfully request approval to begin stage 2 of the reopening plan for conditioning, if that is the board's desire. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you very much. We have a few questions. Mrs. Lock-Dawson.
Hi, thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Thank you, Dr. Lewis. A couple things. Did this particular activity does not require requesting a waiver? Is that correct? This is just allowed via the governor's office.
That is correct. It does not require a waiver, and unlike the educational system, this is at the direction of Dr. Kaiser. So on August 5th, Dr. Kaiser released a letter allowing youth sports to continue in a conditioning phase with very, very clearly identified markers that you'll notice that are in the plan. That is under his direction.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Lock-Dawson, this is Dr.
Dr.
If I could
Hanson.
if I could just jump in a little bit and ask Mrs. Hill also to jump in. At the very beginning of the meeting, I talked about the waiver for bringing kids back in person, inside, in classrooms. And it's really conditioned on local counties because you see different counties from across the state doing things differently. Our county, though, is on a watch list. San Diego, Orange County, they're not on watch lists, so their kids can come back in person. But we're on the watch list, and because we're on a watch list, we need to apply for waiver if we want to try to come back and have for elementary kids only. Pretty difficult, really difficult. There's several things that we need to follow. Of course, the school board gives us the thumbs up, which you have. We pursue that application process. We need to have agreements with all of our parent organizations, with our associations, get it signed off by Dr. Kaiser and get it signed off by the state. And if you look up and down the state, out of the, I don't know how many waivers have been given, but 95% of them have been given to private or religious schools. There's been very few given to some charter schools that have more flexibility than us, or some very, very small public schools. There is more ability at private schools to social distance and follow all of the guidelines provided by the California Department of Education as well as CDC. You don't see waivers going to large school districts or large elementary schools like we have here in Riverside or a lot of the large districts in Southern California. So I will let Ms. Hill give a little bit more, maybe repeat, Ms. Hill, the statement that you did during my comments at the very beginning for those that are still listening regarding the elementary waiver, please.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson, and thank you, Mrs. Lock-Dawson. So in my earlier comments, I said that all of the requirements for the waiver poses, I phrase it, a high bar for an organization so as large and complex as ours. So in contrast to what Dr. Lewis just presented, you're able to be outside with a few students and not having any really common areas because you can spread the students out. By contrast, we would have many students, and some structures we would have to have in place would require a great deal of work and negotiation. So like Dr. Hanson mentioned, you need agreement of your bargaining units, of your parents. Your staff has to be willing to do testing on their own, not being reliant on county resources to do that. You have to be able to and willing to do contact tracing, and of course, holding all of that information confidential. So it's a pretty high bar.
It is a high bar. And let me just say this. The state has given us these guidelines. A local school board cannot make the decisions on their own. They need the state to sign off from the county. On the other side of the spectrum, the state has given the guidelines to open up the state. For example, you can have now youth return for conditioning only, not to play, but conditioning. You have restaurants that can serve on the patio. You have hair salons that just open back up. I just went to Great Clips last night. They finally opened back up, to do those kind of things. So as we slowly open back up, this is the state's plan. And we are all lining up and making sure that we're ready for when we can all come back to in-person in school. So they say, yes, come back for conditioning, only small groups, but no, you can't go inside the classroom for academics just yet. Not until your county moves off that watch list. Now we're still on the watch list. They says, well, you can try for a waiver, but the bar is so high. It's just a big question mark. We're walking down that path, we're trying, but there's a lot of approvals that would have to take place for that bar to be met.
And I'd like to add, Mrs. Lock-Dawson, that doesn't mean we're not doing anything. For all the things that are within our control, we're laying out the plans for that. We're talking about, because we need those plans when we move forward anyway. There are just things that are not within our cabinet locus of control or board locus of control that makes that bar that much higher.
So that was my point, was that it's not that we're not doing anything. I think one of the callers might have intimated that we were actively blocking doing a waiver, but we are not. It's just, we are actually walking down that path, but there's gathering that information to apply for a waiver is pretty onerous, but doesn't mean we're not doing it.
That's right.
Correct?
Yes.
Right. And then it's different, right, than say we would not be able to have small group instruction because it's educational right now in the same mode or method that we're doing the conditioning. That's what I heard you say as well, right? So we can't have kids showing up to do educational activities or something in the same way, just the conditioning, right?
Not correct, not indoors. We cannot do
Okay.
that.
Okay. And yeah, I finally got my hair cut too. So thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks. I'm done, Mrs. Alley. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Farouk.
Thank you, President Alavi. And, I would just echo the comments earlier about the importance of our families understanding the process, what we are required. I know that we have shared that information outside of the confines of this board meetings, but I hope that we are checking in because, over a period of time, people are wanting to reassess and understand as they're seeing, as Dr. Hansen mentioned, that they can, get their hair cut, they can eat outside. They're also then psychologically thinking, well, how is that conflating with what's happening in our schools, right? And why is that happening and why is there no traction there? So I think it's a natural thing. I mean, we live in this world, so we understand our restrictions and what requirements we have to uphold from the state and from the county health officers and so forth. But we can't assume that everybody else is fully aware of that. So my point is I hope outside of this board meeting that we actually intentionally putting out information on these processes so that we're transparent and that the public has a right, to be fully aware of why things are the way they are. So that's one thing. The other thing, and it's just purely a suggestion, is I know that with Dr. Lewis mentioning about these sports all being consolidated, all these sports moving into the winter time, that and the limitations of where people can congregate and condition, this is inevitably going to create a limitation of space. And so I hope that we are making every effort. I know that there's been some outreach already with city facilities and others. I hope we look at the community college and other venues to maximize so our students have, options. Because even if theoretically we open this up and there's too many conflicts and, people's conditioning is delayed and they're not able to rotate and so forth, that'll be problematic. So I hope that we open up those partnerships. Thank you.
Could I just request that Dr. Lewis speak to that a little bit? I know you've met with athletic directors for months, not just in our district, the surrounding districts, and talk about if there are any unforeseen or any conflicts that we will not be able to resolve with our own facilities, please.
Yes. So Dr. Farouk, it's a great point. I appreciate the perspective. We will continue to look of what is possible. Our athletic directors and our coaches, they are experts in this arena. They will maximize every single space, hour, minute of the day. They are already building schedules. Will it be difficult? Absolutely. Will it be a new challenge for our staff in both the visual and performing arts and the athletic world to work through? Yes. What you will see, though, is we are also working with our middle schools to work through space availability there as well. We have schools that are partnering together. They will have time frames, and then we will continue to reach out to those around us. At this time, we don't see anything that will be not able to be pulled off at this point, but it will take a very close monitoring, and when it is, we will look for partnerships that are out there. So I appreciate the comment.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mrs. Alvey. Some of my questions got answered, but a few more. First, just want to thank staff on the great work. I'm glad that there was some interest in pursuing that mentorship for the DLI students to use our assets that we have, especially in high school, to mentor some of our newer elementary school students, especially those kindergartners who probably need all the practice that they can get. Also love the idea, and I hope teachers grab onto it about building that library of some exceptional lessons, so that those teachers that are looking for some assistance can look to their colleagues without feeling like they're bothering them. They can just go and download those. I think that's great. Also think that survey is a great idea. We're about 4 weeks in. So I think once Dr. Yoho puts that together, it makes 5 weeks in. So I think that'll be a good barometer, at least at this point in time, on what's working and what's not working. We've had not a lot of time, but maybe enough time to figure out what problems maybe we haven't identified. I think with the folks on this call, I think we know a lot of the issues and we're just working through them if we can. But I think reaching out to parents and students and teachers and staff and hearing directly from them shows that we care and that we're listening and that we're trying to do our best to make the most of the situation. So I'm eager to find out what results we get from that from that survey. Also, there was a question about there was a couple parents are understandably upset and frustrated with the fact that their students are not at school and various challenges, especially if they're special needs students or those with an IEP. And one referenced the Grove, which I understand is a lot smaller school and has probably a lot more flexibility, and it's a preschool. But is there a way where we can, even if we can't apply for a waiver that we think would get accepted for K-6, but maybe maybe some of our severe moderate classes or some of our sunshine school, something like that. Is there a way just to bring back a specific segment of our population at first, and at least try it, assuming that it's safe and that the teachers are willing to come back and that the parents want to bring their kids back? So that's my question. And then my other question, Dr. Farouk asked regarding shared space on our fields. But if someone could address that question about waivers for particular programs or particular subset of students.
Mr. Lee, this is Ms. Hill, and Tim Walker might have to help me elaborate a little bit, but we have had conversations about highly involved students probably being able to return, and the stopping points have been, like you said, we'd have to do that in concert with our teachers and an adequate quantity of teachers and assistants being willing to return. And now with the other, requirements that are in place.
Okay.
I'll just add to that, Trustee Lee. You do see in some cases, not all elementary schools in the district being approved, but maybe just one for special circumstances. The approvals, you've seen some individual schools. Sunshine is a good example. Kids with high need, it's a small school, it's preschool. But then you still have the high bar too. We need to work through that regarding, with our parents and our associations, things such as that. But those are the waivers that looks like they're being approved as for specialty schools up and down the state. So it's certainly something that is a possibility.
Right. And then I saw Tim unmute, so he'll probably add some. Mr. Lee, I'll give you an example of a concern that Tim was investigating, that with those cohorts of students that are able to be brought back, there is a limit of 2 adults to be with those students. And when you have highly involved students, some of them each have a one-on-one aide, and you couldn't put a number of them in with only 2 adults. So I know Tim did a little investigating on some of the details. I'm not sure you need more of that right at this moment, but we have been really kind of noodling around every one of these ideas to see if we can make it work.
I feel that makes it a challenge with the 2 adults.
Right.
I'll just end with this. Yesterday, Dr. White, our county superintendent, had a superintendent's meeting, and we had the assistant superintendent or deputy superintendent of special education in that meeting statewide. I don't recall her name, it's left my mind, but we shared this conflict, that here's what you're allowing, but here's what the bar is, and here's the challenges. She said, we've heard loud and clear up and down the state what those challenges are. And so they're working on at their end. So as they give us guidelines, we'll be able to address it here at the local end. But that was just yesterday. And I'll just say this too, and maybe I shouldn't go here publicly, but Dr. White even talked about yesterday. It appears for our county, because remember, she's in meetings with the governor's office and Superintendent Tony Thurman and all that. She says for our area, best case scenario might be mid-October we're looking. Best case. You know, so I don't know. It's just speculation. Could it go quicker? Could it go longer? Maybe. But so for parents just wondering where we're at for our region, because we're on that list and for what's being required, they're saying, they're looking based on other counties, you're still maybe 6 weeks away being able to open up. And so that was very clear yesterday in the superintendent's meeting for all the counties, all 23 school districts in our county.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. Mr. Hunt, you had a question?
Thank you, President Alavi. Dr. Lewis, I promised to get back to your sports here in a moment, but while we're going on that, I just want to address, and I know that everyone on this staff, and I echo my colleagues, and thank you for all your comments, and they're very good. But communications is so important right now. It really is incumbent upon us. And I'm just going to, Mrs. Adair, that's the name of the mom I remember, but you know, she has these two little children. She's got to get ready for work in the morning, and she's got to tune in here to get some idea, and it's still confusing. We must dedicate our webpage to a link that in simple terms can explain easily what it would take to reopen our schools, what it means to get to that first tier of hybrid. So everyone can understand that. And then what would it take to do a waiver? And even I would suggest that we think about doing a blog every day just to say what updates are and questions we have. Because, you know, when Whitney and Taylor, those are my grown girls now, but still you out there, were of the age I think Mrs. Adair's children are, both Jerry and I worked. I would have been in the same confused boat here. How you know, Jerry was commuting into Orange County and all of that. So was I at the time, now I think about it. So it's so important and incumbent upon us to, and I'm not scolding anybody, I'm just reminding us to have empathy for what's happening at home. And a little later on, we're going to have a fine report on our budget and et cetera that Mrs. Alavi and I, as the Finance Committee, set on. And what we asked the Chief Business Officer to do is the folks out there, I mean, we can ask questions. What does that mean? What does restricted funds mean, et cetera? I'll get back to what I was saying. And so she's going to talk about a glossary. And so that particularly our community can understand, you know, we're going to have a $500 million budget. We need to make sure they understand. So let's find a way to really communicate better, more enhanced, I'll say, more enhanced. I know everybody's trying, but we have an excellent communication team here that could on the web. And I really think it's important to have something go home, that it's a nice brochure they can keep around, just to understand. It's a refrigerator magnet, just something that will help our community understand. And by the way, it's not just the parents and the guardians, it's grandparents. It's my neighbor who just asked the question because of what Dr. Hanson brought up. Well, how come they can open up Supercuts? Nice haircut, Dr. Hanson. But we can't open the schools. So let's really, I ask it with the concurrence of my colleagues that we look at that. I would like to ask Mrs. Hill, how are we doing with this distance learning? Just again, remind me, how is the CTE, like that wonderful medical course that I saw a couple of years ago at Ramona, where we have the virtual cadaver, virtual body, and those young people are really moving towards their medical careers, or the one at North that's in law enforcement, et cetera, which all of them are hands-on, be in the room. How are those being conducted?
Mr. Hunt, I'm going to ask Dr. Lewis to respond to that question.
Thank you.
Mr. Hunt, it's based on the program. So a lot of the career technical education programs that you're talking about, either an academy or a capstone type course, a lot of those teachers are participating in the in-person program, and they they have a course load, they have students, they're doing everything they can virtually, they're preparing. When we return in person, they will begin back in that hybrid environment. And then we have a few CT teachers that are in the virtual program. So that's the spread, but they are program specific.
Okay. So with Mrs. Alavi's okay, I'm going to move towards the sports and the question before us. Thank you. So Dr. Lewis, a moment ago, Dr. Hanson a little while ago was talking about conditioning, but I'm looking at, you're asking us to approve stage 2. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and those sports include, I'm sorry, where to go? Is it football, water polo? There were some, here we are, next page. Cheer, cross country, football, water polo, volleyball. But here it says on stage 2, it talks about 6 feet distance, no athlete contact. How do you play? Thank you. How do you play football and water polo? And how does cheerleaders, particularly the ones that are in competition, where they're doing the lifts and that sort of thing, because it's 2 different type of cheerleading programs the CIF has, and so it's a competitive sport. How do we do those with no? Yes, there we go. No athlete contact.
So the premise is it's a staged, we're a long ways away from athlete to athlete contact.
Okay.
So just imagine that most of our athletes that are either visual performing arts students or on the athletic field have not done anything with school-based since March, whether that's any type of program. So this is the beginning of reintroducing the conditioning side. So everything we're talking about can be done with social distance. So when you imagine what a group of 50 spread out across a large field in groups of 10 working on conditioning type activities, that is the focus of stage 2. And that's what we're asking for consideration tonight. Even when you notice in stage 3, based on how it's written now, stage 3 even does involve social distancing. So we are quite a ways from allowing athlete to athlete or performer to performer contact, but we are at a point where we can begin the conditioning outdoors to maintain or restart their engagement with their activity.
Thank you. So the community listening, and for this board member, we're not going to be back on the field, on the gridiron or in the pool playing water anytime soon. This is all about conditioning.
Yes, that's correct.
And then, but Dr. Hanson was, and I want to make sure our community knows it, and what Dr. Hanson's point was, because those Orange County and some of the other ones, San Diego, aren't on the watch list, or maybe it's Inyo, they are beginning to move forward to actual contact sports and et cetera, or did I hear that wrong?
I am not sure, Mr. Hunt, if they are moving forward with athlete to athlete contact quite yet, but there are a few counties that are further ahead of our county. They started their conditioning part a little bit ahead of us.
Yeah, and again, as Dr. Hanson was saying, the county and the state control a lot of what we do. So, Mrs. Alavi, if there's there may be other questions, but if not, I'd be pleased to make a motion to approve the staff's recommendation of moving forward with stage 2 beginning tomorrow, so these young people can get, for one thing, get back in conditioning, but just get back into some social, and even at 6 feet with masks, some socialization, which is great for the soul and for their maturity. So thank you for allowing me to ask those questions.
Thank you. I will just share a few thoughts here. Were it not for the fact that I would like to see everybody getting more socialization and physical fitness, I would be inclined to vote this down. For the message that it sends to the community, that it's quite okay to go out and physically condition with your football pals, but it's not okay to sit outside in the quad and learn English or math. So my problem is that we could be having outdoor classes, and we could be doing outdoor things now with small groups in maybe small learning pods with tutors. I don't know, nobody's talking about that, but we are talking about having them go out on the field and use school bathrooms. And if you're going to tell me they're not going to give each other a pat on the back or run into each other now and then, that's just not logical. So I do think this sends a big mixed message to the public and makes it even more confusing when they are seeing hairdressers and I don't know, I've gone to Home Depot this last week and it was so crowded with people. And nobody says it's not okay to go to Home Depot. I sort of commiserate with the parents that we need to be very much more forward thinking about when school is opening. And I hope that we have a plan that as soon as we are lifted from this watch list, we move with great alacrity, because I think that the parents were right on. I think this is a difficult time for kids to be learning online, and I don't think I don't think it works for very many. Also, today in the LA Times, you may have noticed, and that the headline on the front page is that kindergarten attendance was plummeting. Now, what I'd like from staff at a later date is perhaps an idea of where are our kids not showing up? And are we seeing these kinds of diminishments in kindergarten TK and with our little ones? Because this is going to haunt us as we move forward to reading by third grade. I'm very concerned about that. So now that you've heard my frustration at it, I will accept Mr. Hunt's motion that we approve the reopening plan for conditioning, and I will ask for a second.
Second.
A second from Dr. Farouk.
I think Dr. Hansen has a question.
Just one clarity. When Mr. Hunt made the motion, he talked about beginning stage 2 effective tomorrow. It begins October the 1st, not tomorrow, October the 1st.
It's set to, okay.
Sorry. Okay, that's a clarification.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask for a roll call vote if there's no other comments. And Ms. Orozco, you are also going to be asked for a roll call vote on this. So if you have any questions about it, now's the time. Hearing none, I will say Mr. Hunt.
Aye.
And Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Dr. Farouk.
Yes, I just have a point of order. Typically, because the student board member's role is an advisory vote, it's typically a practice for the student board member to vote first as a way of their vote having that kind of an effect, since it's not recorded, so that the rest of the board members know where they stand. Just putting that out there.
Is that I will discuss that with everyone later. Is that a definitive thing?
No, it's not a definitive thing. It's just that because their vote is purely advisory, if they're voting at the end, then it has no, it doesn't have the stated effect because it's not a recorded vote comparable to the colleagues. But again, it's not a big. I'm just putting that out there.
I'm not sure that's true, but we'll talk about that further at another time. Ms. Lock-Dawson?
Here, yes.
Ms. Orozco?
Yes.
And I say yes. So that does pass at this point, and that means that starting October 1st, we'll start the phase 2 of the conditioning plan. And now I'm going to ask if there has been any public comments submitted on action item M2?
No, Mrs. Alavi, there are no speakers for M2, so we will now be accepting anyone for M3. If you're a member of the public who has joined the Zoom call today to provide comment on the agenda, item M3, Board of Education adopt resolution number 2020-2021-35 regarding the GAN limit, you may now enter the queue by using the raise hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is only open for item M3. Thank you.
And now we'll be talking about item M2, which is our certifying our 2019-20 unaudited financials, establishing appropriations due to the reconciliation of estimated ending balances to the unaudited ending balances, and classifying the components of the ending fund balance. That's a big statement. Ms. Kiki.
Thank you, and good evening again, Madam President, board members, Dr. Hansen, and our esteemed audience and fellow colleagues. I'm here to report to you a report that's mandated at this time by September 15th to go to the county office and the state of California. And happy to report to you that our unaudited actuals, which is our financial statements for the 2019-20 school year, came very close to our projection at the end of the year. The last time you saw the projections were in June when we adopted the budget for the 2021 school year. And we're approximately $2 million as far as the fund balance change in an over $800 million budget. I do want to go in detail for the general fund budget first, and then I have a slide that talks about the rest of the funds that we have in our budget. So if I can just proceed to the next slide. This is the cycle, just for our audience and our community to know that when we adopt the budget in July, we adopted it for 1920 back in July of 2019. And we've updated the budget accordingly and very periodically, and we're at the end of that year and we're finalizing our numbers. If we go to the next slide, please. This is the total revenue for the 2019-20 school year. So as you see, our estimated actuals that we've reported to you back in June of 2020 is off by approximately $1.5 million. And it's mainly due to changes at the federal government for federal revenue that we were projecting to receive. And the next slide. So this is the unrestricted side of the income. As you see, we're almost right on within $100,000 for revenue from unrestricted resources. The next slide is the restricted revenue, and that is where the change happened, and mainly in the federal revenue. Next slide. This is a pie chart to just demonstrate that we have our main resources for revenue is the local control funding formula sources, and we're at 78.6%. The next slide, please. This is where we start talking about the expenditures for the 19-20 school year. And the reason for the difference here in expenditures is we projected to have savings because of our closure for COVID-19. And even though we've estimated some of those savings, there was additional savings that was generated from contracts, from subs and overtime. And also we were able to move some dollars to be able to be spent from COVID dollars that we received. Next slide is a request by our finance committee. As you know, I failed to actually mention that this report was reviewed by the finance committee members, and that is Mrs. Elavy and Mr. Hunt, and they were able to give us some feedback that this is a beneficial slide to show that the STRS and PERS rates that are within our expenditures are at $50 million now for within our budget. So out of our $504 million expenditures, 50 million goes to STRS and PERS. And the next slide. So this is our unrestricted expenditures. This is where we were able to generate the most savings. And we try to streamline all of our expenditures to the best of our ability and generated those dollars. Some of the expenses also, like I said, moved to dollars that we were able to receive for COVID-19 relief. And that also generated some of the savings. And so you'll see in the expenditures under the restricted in the next slide that that was increased by $2.5 million. Next slide. This is the pie chart that you're used to seeing regarding our expenditures, and we are at approximately 84% of our budget being spent on people. We are in the people business, and we continue to spend majority of our funds on people. Next slide. This is where we go over the fund balance detail. And we had projected back in June that we will end with $75.3 million in our fund balance. We actually had it increased again because of some of the savings that we generated in addition to $77.7 million. And this is the categories of the fund balance. I want to go into detail, but quickly through the slides and go over these categories in detail. So the non-spendable, we have the revolving cash of 150, the stores, and this is very expected that the stores were not able to deplete all of their inventory, so they're at a higher number than what we expected at $141,000. Next slide. This is the restricted category of our fund balance. And these are restricted sources of revenue that left in the fund balance, and they are specifically spent on particular categories. For example, redevelopment is spent on facilities, and therefore we were able through the shutdown to expedite some of the projects, and they spend a little bit more than what we had anticipated. And so their fund balance is at a lower number for redevelopment, for example, by a couple of $1 million. And as overall, we are ending with $27.8 million for that category. In the next slide, we go over the committed. And in the committed category, it's where the board had designated some dollars to be set aside for textbooks adoptions, stirs and PERS, and any dollars that's left over from savings are categorized under the contingency reserves. Next slide. This is the assigned category. And again, it's assigned for specific purpose. For example, one of the areas here is site donations, fundraisers, and that is specifically assigned for those donations that are targeted for a specific purpose for our sites. Also technology infrastructure, and also unspent LCAP. So if there's any dollars left over from the LCAP, the board has designated that it be set aside 40% for textbook adoption, 30% for infrastructure of technology, and 30% for devices. So we are at $6.2 million of carryover in the LCAP category versus what we had anticipated, $4.6 million. What happens here is once it's spent in these categories, it keeps us within guidelines of the LCAP and being spent on categories that are priorities within the LCAP plan. Next slide. This is unassigned, and we're happy to report the reserve for economic uncertainties per board policy was at the 4%. For district our size, we are obligated through AB 1200 to have 2% reserve, and our board has committed to 4% category for that reserve, and we are at $20,182,000. Next slide. This is all of the other funds within our budget, not as major as general fund, as you know, but it is very worthy to note that we have $263 million in all of the other funds. That is our facilities funds, adult education, child development, our cafeteria, child nutrition dollars, and our foundation trust, and all of our dollars that we put in self-insurance and retiree benefit funds. Next slide is questions. I know I went too fast. This report has been again examined by the Finance Committee members, and I'll be happy to answer any questions in detail at this time. Mrs. Alabi, you're muted.
Thank you very much. I think I'll open it up to everyone for questions in just a minute, but I think you ought to go back to the general fund summary and explain what the redevelopment money, how that money will be recouped, because the public may not understand the $1.3 million loss that you have indicated there. Now I think you're muted.
I think it's under assigned. If you can go back to that slide, please, Jeff.
General fund summary restricted?
Yes. Yes.
I don't have a page number, or else I would tell you which one.
There it is. So, Mrs. Alavi, we were anticipating to end redevelopment dollars with $15.3 million approximately. And what happened there, these dollars are facilities dollars that are being spent on projects for facilities at the Grant site on 13th Street and at the Palm site on Magnolia. And because of the closure, they were able to expedite some of these projects and actually spend more in the previous year. It's money that would have spent anyway, but we were anticipating that they would spend it in the summer after we close the year and after we send our students home. But because we had the closure earlier, we were able to spend it in the previous year.
Thank you. And could you also, just for the benefit of the public, explain the 4% reserve for economic uncertainties, how long that would last us if we were paying our employee wages?
Yes, if we can go back to that slide. Thank you, Jeff. So our monthly payroll in our district is approximately $38 million to pay. As we said earlier, 85% of our budget is being spent on people. And so our payroll is $38 million approximately monthly, except for the summer month. And it's at a $20 million at that month. And so if we were to have any unexpected loss of revenue from the state or the federal government, we were able to just maintain 2 weeks worth of payroll, and we will have to borrow if we don't have this reserve in our bank. 2 weeks gives us an opportunity to go out and borrow a tax revenue anticipation note or borrow from other funds that are allowed to give general fund until the funds will be recouped.
Thank you very much. I think that helps the public understand those numbers. And now I'll go to the questions. I'll start with Mrs. Lock-Dawson.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Thank you, Mrs. Kakish. Also, thank you to our finance committee. I know this is a lot of work when you do this, and I really value that we have a committee structure so that we're able to do some of this heavy lifting before it comes to the whole board. So thank you very much. I had a question, Mrs. Kakish, two things, kind of back to what Mrs. Alavi was talking about with the reserve. 4% doesn't seem like a lot, but we are prohibited from the state, right, from going any higher than, I believe it's 6%. Is that correct? You're muted.
Sorry about that. There was an initiative that was at the state level to restrict districts from having higher fund balances because they really want the districts to spend the dollars on the kids of the year that they receive it, because the kids generate those dollars and they should be spent on the kids of that year. That has requirements, though. There's few triggers that have to take place as far as revenue from the state for the districts to make sure that they don't hold on to the fund balances. Part of that is stability at the state level, stability of their funding. And so there's tests that happened, and those tests are not met this year to actually restrict our fund balance because of the instability of revenues at the state level. And therefore, at this time, any fund balance is encouraged to keep in contingency plans towards any effect of COVID effect on the economy, and in return, it will affect the revenue from the state.
Okay, and where do we get the funds for our fund balance? I mean, just for the benefit of the public, where do we draw the funds that we can put into? Sorry, not our fund balance, into our reserve. What sources does that come from?
It comes from unrestricted sources, and it's been set aside approximately since we put this policy in place. So it just gets set aside. It doesn't get generated every year and it's taken from the budget. It just been set aside for that category and it's been put in the bank. It's almost like when you are at home and you have a mortgage, and the mortgage best practices is to keep, for example, 3 months aside in your bank in the event you lose your job or something happens to your household income. And so it's exactly just like that. Those 3 months are set aside, put in the bank in the event that you need to draw on them. They're not generated every year. They're not drawn from anywhere else. They have been set aside since about 3 years ago. And just for the benefit of us having the ability to mitigate any cuts from the state.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Sometimes I don't think or folks know where that comes from. So I like to put that out there. And then lastly, I did notice that we had a reduction in our share of PERS and STIRS this year by just a small percentage. And that was out of the governor's budget, correct? That, that
was
we got some relief.
That was
And-
part of under the adopted budget by the state.
Right, okay. But that has been steadily rising. So I know even 5 years ago, we were what, paying, I think, gosh, five?
5 years ago, we were paying somewhere in the $18-19 million out of the whole budget, and it's been stable for years. Then they recognize through the economy, as you know, from 2008 crisis, the funds, all of the portfolios and investments throughout the whole state had suffered, and therefore these funds have suffered at the state, and they're trying to recoup, to replenish, and to keep some of those benefits for our employees.
Do we anticipate, I mean, have you heard anything that it's potentially going to go up again next year? I mean, we did get this little relief this year, but is it going to bump up again?
So I think I've speculated. It's all speculations. It's all again. Things happen at the last hour at the legislator level. But because the economy is not doing well and the shutdown is even longer than what we have anticipated, we do believe that the state revenue projections are going to change for next year. And we hope that they keep their promises as far as keeping the level, because this year it's 16%, for example, for STIRS, and it's staying about that level for next year. We hope that they keep it at that level. But I do anticipate that they will have major changes to their revenue projections based on the industry, all industries. If you remember, 2008 was the real estate industry and the property taxes and the market that was affected by that. This time, it's all industries. It's our hot industry, it's our tourism, it's our manufacturing, everything was affected. So I do believe that all of these projections through economists will come through. I don't anticipate any of it any earlier than January for us to know a little bit more detail about that. So it'll be published with the governor's January budget.
But for now, it's about 10% of our budget. I mean, that's our STIRS and PERS is about 10% of our overall budget. And this year, it looks like we're in a little bit better shape because of your savings that you anticipated and you set aside. Just in our overall budget, we're okay. We're doing all right.
So this budget was taken in consideration. I'm sorry, this financials was taken in consideration when we prepared the budget for the next 2 years. And so with it being higher fund balance by $2 million is actually going to make us even in a better shape for the third year. And if you remember, we were positive for all 3 years when we adopted the budget based on the governor's adopted budget. And so if everything stays the same, we will be in good shape. We still have to address our deficit spending. Some of it is one time because of COVID dollars and CARES Act and all of the dollars we're receiving one time. But there is some because of the loss of the cost of living adjustment, which is the COLA that we rely on to carry us through any increases for insurances and cost of step and column. And so we do have that deficit to fix. And we have already had 3 meetings with the financial stability group and the committee. And we're meeting on the 10th to look at options for that deficit and fixing it. I think I'm so proud of our district that we have that process. We start now to fix 3 years from now. So it gives us an opportunity to take $1 out of the budget to fix $3 of that we would anticipate for the third year, instead of waiting for that and solve it in the year that it's needed and have to take $3 out of our budget.
Thank you, Mrs. Kakesh, and thank you, Mrs. Alvey. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Farouk?
Thank you. So my comment, one is I just want to express that how fortunate we are as a school district to be in such a strong fiscal position. I think, I've heard sometimes from the community when you look at the budget, obviously, if you're seeing deficit spending, it gives people the impression that we're not in a good situation. But one, again, to reiterate the comment earlier, that we do have, we've doubled our reserve requirements. And beyond that, and beyond the specific circumstances that Ms. Kakish you cited in terms of the current state budget and the funding accordingly, to our district, that we actually we can't, as a public institution, with the mission, we can't be just sitting on taxpayer money and not putting it to its intended purpose for the mission. And so that's the only context of that we are meeting our reserve requirement, but that if we have a surplus of funds beyond that, that we need to start spending that down over a course of the years in order to fulfill our social requirements. Since we're not a private business or investor that, for us to just sit on cash. So I just think that context is very important because, again, just from some conversations I've had in the community, I think people are not realizing that if that information is not provided.
I agree, Dr. Farouk.
Thank you. Are there any other further comments? Okay, now I will take a roll call vote. I will take a motion. Sorry about that. I will.
I had a question just real quick, if I could.
Mr. Hunt? Yes.
I apologize. I did send one in. I apologize. You didn't see it. Just, and thank you. Ms. Kakish, just help on page 237, unaudited actuals, 2019, 2020. The contingency reserves between 11 and 15 million. How do those relate to the reserve for economic uncertainties? Dr. Farouk was just talking about the 4%. Just how do those two similar sounding?
Yeah, very good question. So the $20 million is set aside independent of the contingency reserve. Any savings that we do for the year, and this year is unique because we have implemented a process in our budget that we really spend our dollars and we budget it all at 99%. This year was an anomaly because of the closure. There was savings from our contracts, savings from our subs that we anticipated to do, end of the year activities that we usually do that did not get done. All of that was contributing to higher carryover in our fund balance. So we set it aside in a contingency reserve, separate again from the reserve for economic uncertainties. And that will be discussed after the January budget. When you see the next interim report, whether it's the first interim, the second interim, we will be bringing you a plan to how that gets spent depending on any knowledge of any mid-year cuts or future year cuts. And that would mitigate some of these cuts.
All right. Thank you. And I appreciate that answer. And Ms. Alavi, if you are ready, or you can make a comment first. I'm sorry, Miss.
No, go
All right,
ahead.
then I would, I don't see it, move to approve this interim report. Is that?
It's an unaudited actuals report.
I apologize. To move, yes, you're right. To move to approve the unaudited actuals of 2019, 2020 as presented this evening by Chief Business Officer Mays Kakish.
Second.
Okay. There's been a motion and second. Any further comment? Okay, well, then I will do a roll call. Mr. Hunt?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
Excellent.
Ms. Lock-Dawson?
Yes.
Ms. Orozco?
Yes.
I say yes, so that item did pass. I did get everybody right. All right, thank you very much. And now we will move on to item M3 and ask Ms. Rena Frosto, was there any public comment on item M3?
No, Mrs. Alavi, there are no comments for M3, so we will go ahead and open the queue for action item M4. If you are a member of the public who has joined the Zoom call today to provide comment on the agenda item M4, Board of Education adoption of resolution number 2020-2136, recognizing the last 2 full weeks in September as California High School Voter Education Weeks. You may now enter the queue by using the raised hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, the queue is open for item M4, the resolution recognizing the last 2 full weeks in September as California High School Voter Education Weeks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we are going to address item M3, which is a resolution establishing an appropriations limit, more commonly known as the GAN limit. And Ms. Kakish, you are up.
Yes, and I think this is probably the fastest item on the agenda. We usually don't go into detail even for a presentation, but we wanted to do that for the public just as a refresher. The GAN limit was put in place as law, and so let's go to the next slide, back in 1979. And it makes a requirement that we as a school district or a local agency cannot appropriate funds that would exceed the appropriation at the state level for our calculation under this limit. So ours, for the next slide, if we can see the limit is 3.73 for us this year. Last year limit was 274,612,000. So if we apply that limit, we cannot exceed 284. And the dollars in our revenue for the 2021 school year budget is appropriated at $281.8 million, and therefore we are in compliance with this GAN limit.
Excellent. Are there any questions? Then I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Dr. Farouk moves. Do I have a second? Mr. Hunt.
Second.
Oh, sorry, I saw Mr. Hunt first.
No, that's okay. I yield.
Ms. Lock-Dawson seconds. Any further comment? Okay, then we'll do a roll call. Mr. Hunt?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
Ms. Lock-Dawson?
Yes.
Ms. Orozco?
Yes.
And I say yes, so that makes unanimous.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you. Ms. Rena Frosto, have there been any public comments regarding item M4?
Yes, there is, Mrs. Alavi. We have Manelli Sotelo. Manelli Sotelo, you may go ahead and unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Okay, so I just wanted to thank y'all for, having this discussion on M4 and, allowing those 2 last weeks of September to be voter registration weeks. Me and my group, ICUC, if y'all haven't heard about them, it's Inland Congregations United for Change. We've been working on trying to fight so that schools can, have that education those last 2 weeks of school. I'm a third year at UCSD right now, and I went to Norte Vista High School, and I wasn't really familiar with voting. I didn't really care about voting growing up, and I just feel that it was because I never heard people speak about it. It was never in my school. We were never educated on it. And now that I'm working with ICUC, I really see the importance of voting. I see how a lot of youth are changing their perspectives around the world and getting involved and around politics. And I feel like it's really important to be able to give them that opportunity when they're young, start to learn and gain all their resources around voting when they are young. And I feel like the only way that that's possible, it's with schools. So I really want to take the time to thank y'all and appreciate the fact that y'all are putting in this work to make this happen. We will stay in touch with RUSD and maybe see if ICUC can help y'all out those last 2 weeks of school. We've been in touch with Mrs. I think her name is Kathy Avila. Sorry if I'm not saying your last name right, but we were in touch with you last week, talking with the youth in ICUC, and we just wanted to get this agenda rolling. So I really want to take the time to appreciate y'all and Mr. Farouk too, because we were in touch with him as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And now we'll hear a presentation about the resolution for the California High School Voter Education Week. Dr. Lewis.
Good evening again, Mrs. Alavi. Thanks, Jeff. So tonight we bring for your consideration a resolution number 2020-2136 with high school voter registration weeks for our district. As a part of RUSD's civic engagement plan priority, The resolution will allow us to participate in the state of California's voter education weeks, the last 2 weeks of April and September each year. During these 2 weeks, schools host a variety of informational opportunities that stress the importance of voting and give 16 and 17-year-olds the opportunity to pre-register to vote. RUSD is working with a subcommittee within the Riverside Youth Council, a leadership organization developed by the Riverside City Council in 2004. These youth will coordinate with leaders at each of our district school sites each fall and spring to host voter registration drives and educate students on the importance of youth voice in local, state, and national elections. In addition to posting pre-registration information to our website, Riverside Youth Council students will host a 3-part webinar series in September. This series will focus on local, state, and national elections and how each level of the government can affect youth and why it's important for youth to vote once they turn 18. So for consideration this evening is California Education Code designates the last 2 full weeks of September as High School Voter Education Week. And my apologies. The resolution before you concludes by reading, now therefore be it resolved that the Riverside Unified School District Board of Education recognized the last 2 full weeks in September as California High School Voter Education Week, if you are to approve Resolution 2020-21-36. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. We have some people who would wish to speak. Dr. Farouk?
Thank you, President Alvey. And as the previous speaker, Ms. Sotelo, mentioned, I just really want to commend ICUC. The earlier speaker who spoke before the closed session, Perla Alvarez, she's also was with ICUC. What I think what's great about this is that you're having students, many of them in our own school district, that are actually initiated this effort and are advocating for student engagement throughout the entire Inland Empire. So I just really want to commend those students. The other point I just want to mention is that our school district has been very proactive in terms of civic engagement. Besides this high school voter education effort, with our partnership with UC Riverside, the work from Carolyn Powers and Dr. Lewis and others on, again, just the broader civic engagement efforts that are underway in the grant that we received. So I think this is an effort to expand on those things. And I think especially right now, young people, wanting to be informed. So if there's no other question, I'm happy to make the motion to approve also.
Are there, we have another comment. Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Ms. Alavi, and thank you, Dr. Farouk, for that. And I too met the ICUC ladies at a forum on Ward 1, and they were very impressive young people who I'm impressed. I am grateful for that are out there. If we're going to have well-rounded, world-ready graduates, then this is all a part of it. They need to, it's the old saying, if you don't vote, don't complain. A lot of people complaining right now, so let's make sure they go out and vote. So I am very pleased with doing this. If anyone asks me, Dr. Lewis, if there's worries about, it's going to be partisan and there's going to be the X party and the Y parties and with all of that, just help me understand that, help the community understand. We won't have partisanship, and I'm getting ahead of you. So how do you make sure of that, sir?
No, you are correct. The goal is to educate our 16 and 17 to be 18-year-olds of what their rights are as part of our civics plan. So it is part of that engagement of the process of engaging in your voice. It is not about partisanship. It is not about one or the other. So thank you for the clarity.
Will we then be offering we're educated and that's great. Is there an opportunity? Well, we're not on campus. What am I thinking? Sorry. So we'll give them links to the voter registrar of voters, that sort of thing, so they can put in action what we're teaching them.
Absolutely. That'll be part of the plan as well as all the education.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will be pleased to second Dr. Farouk's motion when he's ready.
Well, I'm going to accept that motion from Dr. Farouk and the second from you. Any further comments? All right, I'm going to do roll call again. Mr. Hunt?
I vote yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
Ms. Lock-Dawson,
Yes.
Ms. Orozco.
Yes.
I say yes, so that resolution does pass. I'll be
Thank
interested
you, Mrs. Alavi.
how it works virtually. So we'll be. All right, now we need to ask if there are any public comments for item M5. I think we are the action on the independent study alternative plan. Ms. Rena Frosta?
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. If you are a member of the public who's joined the Zoom call today to provide comment on the agenda item M5 Independent Study Alternative Plan, you may now raise your hand using the raised hand function if you are logged in using the computer, or *9 if you are using your phone to call in. Once again, go ahead and raise your hand and indicate that you are here to speak for the Independent Study Alternative Plan. And Mrs. Alavi will give that just a moment.
Yes.
To see. And it does not look like anyone is here for that item. So we will go ahead and also, before we move on, Mrs. Alavi, open the queue for item M6. If you're a member of the public who's joined the Zoom call to provide input for M6, request for a variable term waiver, you may go ahead and enter the queue also by raising the hand function or *9. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Dr. Lewis, you are now ready to present the independent study alternative plan.
I am. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Tonight, we bring for you a preventative plan. As the board is aware, we were very excited to open our new home-based instructional program. Again, that functions on an independence type model that typically pre-SB 98, EOC was very well-oiled machine as far as how it was run with independent study, how attendance was tracked, and how attendance was reported. What we have realized in waiting for current language to come out with SB 98 and based on recommendations from our auditor and also what is coming from some advisor groups that we work with, that independent study in SB 98 is still not clearly identified, and it won't be for possibly several months. So what we're bringing forward to you tonight is an alternative plan for home-based instruction. Number one, Summit View Home-Based is our independent study program. In SB 98, it requires clearly in language that students have daily live engagement. That is not something that is currently part of our plan with our home-based instructional program. So to allow our home-based program to continue as it was originally designed, we know that we have to add a piece to meet SB 98 language. There is a lack of clarity, however, with independent study, and that is well understood in the world of auditors in terms of legal and in terms of advisors in the world of independent study in SB 98. So what we've learned is the best option for students is what we're bringing for you to this evening. We are going to provide an alternative plan, which under SB 98, the local governing board does have the authority to provide an alternative plan, where our independent study students will participate in weekly live engagement instead of daily. That will be check-in in groups of students with their master teacher. They will monitor progress, and that will happen on a weekly basis. When the audit addendum does come out in either late 2020 or early 2021, we will have clarity at that point because it will clearly identify to the auditors of what they are looking for in the area of independent study. If for some reason this does not meet that audit guide, we will bring it back to you for further consideration as necessary. But at this point, this is what we believe to be the best resolution to meet SB 98 within the realm of independent study. And that does conclude. So what I am asking of the board this evening is consideration to approve this action item to allow weekly engagement for the independent study program to be done on a weekly basis rather than a daily basis.
Thank you for that clarification. Is there any discussion on this item? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. A second, please.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Lock-Dawson. If there's no further discussion, we will now take a roll call vote. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Hunt?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Dr. Farouk,
Yes.
Ms. Dawson,
Yes.
Ms. Orozco.
Yes.
I say yes as well. So that does pass, Dr. Lewis. And so you now have your clarification on the independent study.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you. Ms. Reno Frosto, do we have anybody lined up to speak to item M6?
No, we do not. That concludes our public comment.
All right, thank you very much. And so we are now at item M6, and as we recommended that the board approve the request for a variable term waiver. And Ms. Ibarra, you're going to be speaking to that?
Yes, I am. Good evening, Mrs. Alavi, Dr. Hanson, and members of the board. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the request for a variable term waiver. This waiver allows the holder of a designated subject's credential to serve English learners during the term of the waiver. The following credential areas, we have 2 in the CTE world and 2 with regards to ROTC, that upon approval will be employed on a variable term waiver for the Certificate of Completion of Staff Development per Ed Code 44253.11. So tonight we do recommend and ask for your approval.
Excellent. Is everybody clear on the waiver?
Very good.
Further questions?
I would, if you'll accept him, President Alavi, I would move to approve, make a motion to approve as Assistant Superintendent Ybarra has presented on the waiver under M6, I believe it is.
Excellent. A second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Lock-Dawson. Any further discussion? Right. Another roll call. Mr. Hunt,
Yes.
Mr. Lee,
Yes.
Dr. Farouk,
Yes.
Ms. Lock-Dawson,
Yes.
Ms. Orozco,
Yes.
and I say yes. So that does pass. Your waiver is approved. And now we are at the conclusion of our meeting, and I will take any suggestions for future meeting agendas. Anybody? Mr. Hunt, I see.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. I would like to, for a couple items. One is under Zoom and at the right time, and when I believe Dr. Farouk and Mr. Lee are our governance, or is it legislative committee? I'm not probably saying that right, but that we would have our lobbyist, Mr. Gordon, come to one of our meetings Zoom-wise. That's fine, and give us an update on the just like Assemblyman Medina's ethnic studies program, legislation that will strongly affect the LEAs and RUSD, so we can better understand that and get, as you said a while ago, get ahead of it. I am interested in seeing us move forward on ethnic studies, because I mean, we're not going to have, it's now going to be law, but I would be very interested when we do that, and I know we're looking at doing it soon, that, and I know it'll take a long time to implement, but I really want to be sure that we understand this is going to take a block of time and we only have so many. So how will, right now, I believe it's a semester, if I am correct, that Mr. Medina's legislation has, but how will it affect what how will it affect the students that want to take mock trial, or how will it affect their college going abilities as far as the classes they need to take? Now, we know that CSU is now mandating this class, so this will put them ahead. But I want to understand how art, music, all these other extracurricular activities may or may not be affected, so we can really understand what we're doing. With all respect to, and I know Mr. Medina was in our district, but Sacramento, one size fitting all. So let's just make sure that we have that. I would ask Dr. Hanson and his staff. And then 2, and this is just Trustee Hunt speaking on this, but, the way I read Mr. Medina's, at least the summary the other day, is that it's essentially African-American and Latino cultural studies. But as we look at Riverside, I mean, the Rada House, and we just got a $500,000 grant the other day. The Asian American has played a significant role here in our Riverside culture. And I always forget, Mrs. Alavi doesn't, but the gentleman who's the South Korean George Washington, whose statue is out there. And I put you on the spot, but and then again, before the Trujillos or before the Mr. North was here. You know, Native American tribes were across this entire valley and towards the rivers and all. And I've always, as some of y'all know, I've got a soft spot in my heart for Sherman Indian High School, but it's also such a great resource for young people to understand their Native American fellow citizens. There was 400 children there last year in 80 different tribes. So I'm going to be interested in seeing the forming of an ethnic studies program for RUSD that does two things. One, it looks at all the different factors with all respect to African Americans and Latinos, that it brings in others. So, because we are a melting pot nation. And I personally feel, and I was talking to some friends at the mosque the other day about this, that when we think about 9/11 and how Sikhs even were being, because they wore turbans and all they, as they do as part of their culture. And I remember going to King High School and meeting a young lady who was wearing a chador. She was from, her parents were from Iran, and how she was being, she told me, I asked her, and she was very kind, that she was being bullied over this. So I think it has to be a melting pot approach. So not just we're covering everything, but we understand so much about one another, if that's what we want to achieve with these young people. So I do ask for that, and I'll leave you with, I've had the opportunity to be reading more. I was surprised about John F. Kennedy, and came across the other day, and he said something that I will end on, that our progress as a nation can be no swifter than our progress in education. The human mind is our fundamental resource for the future. So thank you.
Excellent quote. Okay. Mr. Lee.
Yeah, and maybe it can just be during the report out of just the whole COVID-19 update that Dr. Hansen has been consistent about providing, but maybe touching upon substitutes during distance learning and just how that's working and what kind of training they're getting to be able to step in and facilitate a classroom when a teacher is out. And then also PGS, how is PGS being done during this time? I know we don't have as many new teachers as we did previously, but I know at least my son has a new teacher, and he's doing a fantastic job, by the way. But just wondering how he's being supported, and other new teachers to the profession or to the district are being supported with PGS.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else? Ms. Orozco, this is the time when you could suggest an item in the future. You don't have to do it tonight. For our consideration, something that might be on the student's mind or something you want to discuss that is brought to your attention, but this would be the time to do that. Okay, hearing no other further comments, I am now going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much, everyone. Good night.